Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small, destroyed law firm in central Minnesota. And with me today, for the first time, although it's been too long coming, a lot of that going around, is Jim Tells You, my good buddy. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. It's been great.
Well, welcome to the show, guys.
Better late than never.
I encourage you guys to check him out at Jim Tells You on Rumble and YouTube. Whatever your preferred poison is, he delves into all sorts of subjects. He does a daily news show. He's talking constantly and nightly about what's going on in the world. And if you want some updates on it, he's a great place to check out. Also, he's just a nice guy. He's a good gentleman.
I try.
I don't think you're ready for this.
Oh,
I don't think you're ready for
to laugh. I need
what we're about to encounter is just Tonight we are doing the second episode of DummyVision. And I cannot wait. I have been meeting so many smart people online, like Baron Coleman. Baron Coleman is the attorney who initially represented
Gavin McInnes, right?
Yeah, Gavin McInnes.
Yeah.
Gavin McInnes versus the Southern Poverty Law Center. He's local counsel. Ron Coleman is lead counsel. It was Baron Coleman's complaint that I initially reviewed. Ron Coleman has filed an amended complaint. I thought that case was dead in the water, but it's not actually dead in the water. Ron has the judge, he's waiting for a ruling on whether or not the judge will accept the amended complaint. Some of the matters were dismissed out. The way amending complaints work is some of the defects can be cured by amendment. If you have some small error, like, some factual misstatement, they don't get to go, aha, I win. You can say, well, hold on. Like, we need to, you learn something new, or you made a mistake early on. You can rectify that. The courts are not there to let people trounce all over someone just because of a technical error. So they want to get to the core of what happened, and they have rules to do that. The rules are not intended to punish the parties. So
I would think that case might have a little more legs now with the stuff happening with the SPLC.
And it's very possible that that's the case. But he's been waiting like 5 years for this ruling or something. Because, I reviewed this thing back in 2019, the first complaint, and it's just been sitting in front of a federal judge, and he has not done anything with it. Well, that's not true. He did rule allowing the first amended complaint. The next thing is, will he allow the amendments to go through? Will he accept the complaint? And so they're waiting on that. But Baron Coleman's initial complaint was very, very deficient for multiple reasons. And I had forgotten he existed. Like, I knew Ron Coleman existed. I like Ron just fine. Baron is a completely different story. And he is now popped up in the Tyler Robinson commentary case. He's actually, he's bringing the thunder. Hundreds of thousands of views on every single live stream. It's incredible. YouTube is loving him, and they are, they're distributing it out. And you guys know me. That doesn't make me mad or upset. I love when people make money. I don't care if they disagree with me. I don't care if I think they're retarded. I think that creating a product that people want to buy is the height of capitalism, and I love that. I love that. That's what everyone misunderstands me when I say I hope someone makes $1 million. I actually hope they make $1 million. I want that to happen. People think that that's snarky or sarcastic. It isn't. It isn't. Although it's become that, and that's funny to me. But Baron Coleman is, he is a premium legal mind. And today I saw a video clip of him. Someone's like, oh shit, Baron Coleman just made the defense attorneys closing arguments. It's a minute and a half long, so you know that's going to be great. Very thorough. And he discusses exactly what he would do with the Tyler Robinson case. And so we're going to get insight on Baron Coleman's legal analysis and acumen. Trust me, guys, he knows exactly what he's talking about. He's very astute. So we're going to do that. We're going to watch that. And then I met this other guy named Steve Cameron. Are you familiar with Steve Cameron at all, Jim?
Is that the guy for what's it called? Like,
not James.
I protest. I protest.
Something like that, I think.
I think I've seen some clips.
So Steve Cameron is he's a guy who wrote a book about the JFK assassination, sort of. It's like an interview with some deputy who was there. I don't know that. I don't know enough about the story. I don't care. Like I'm not into the JFK thing. I don't have an opinion on it. I'm certainly willing to accept that it was someone other than Lee Harvey Oswald or that he was acting in concert. Doesn't bother me either way. And I know nothing about this book, but he wrote a book. I know that. And it is available on Google or Goodreads or something, or Amazon. You can get it for free on Kindle, I think. Or it's like $15 in paperback. But maybe if you're interested in JFK stuff, like legitimately, you should check it out more than you should ever listen to me on JFK stuff. I know nothing about it. However, he is now bringing that hard-hitting journalism to Tyler Robinson's case, and he has a panel show that he has done with who is this guy? Donald Jeffries. Donald Jeffries. He's the host of I Protest.
Don Jeffries, yeah, I Protest.
Yeah, Don Jeffries.
That's where I've seen him. Okay.
And so I've got a couple videos from him. We have hours and hours of live stream that we can cover tonight. So I don't know how far we'll get into each of these things. I'm not going to do Baron's whole show. Most of Baron's show, like I think I would find a Jew to blow up my neck with a microphone if I watched Baron's whole show. I think I would lose it. I would not be able to make it through that.
Is Baron Coleman Jewish?
No.
Okay.
No, otherwise he would have killed Charlie Kirk.
Okay. I was just wondering. I was like, what is this like? Is he working for Israelis trying to throw us all off?
No, he thinks that like people like I am, I think.
Okay.
I've been accused of working for everybody today alone. And I'm like, actually, no, I'm not getting paid by any of these organizations. They could pony up here though. I think that's a little, they could fucking get to work and start writing me checks for all of the good work that I'm doing. But yeah, so we'll get into that and we'll start up in just a minute, but I have a bunch of clips and live streams from these guys, and man, I met Steve Cameron for the first time today, and I was blocked within a little bit of time. So I'm not sure how or why that happened, but it does happen from time to time. So how often do you get blocked on Twitter, Jim?
Quite a bit, really. I don't take it personally anymore, but
Opie podcast says, Nick, you do look like a guy who'd run arms or other stuff for the CIA. Yeah, like probably bootleg semen and guns. That would definitely. That's kind of the goal. I love dressing ridiculously. It makes people very like they're like, why is he dressed like a homosexual CIA agent? Like, because it's funny. Like it's the funniest thing to me, and it kind of bothers people. So I'm embracing that fully. But yeah, so absolutely, that's intentional. I'm glad it's working. We've got our first chat of the night, member for 5 months, Bob Vecna. Do we have to behave while you have company? Never, ever, ever. There's no such thing as behaving.
I'm normally in the chat anyway, so it doesn't really matter. No one's going to offend me.
Correct. Jim's cool, guys. He's cool. Don't worry about it. He's cool. He's good.
No cops, bro.
Rita Castillo Hola, Rita. She says my hair looks right today, which I'm glad because it's at this awkward stage where it's not long enough, but also too long, and I have no idea if I try and style it, it just goes like that. So I kind of just sleep on it and then it works out. I will be on occasion munching on cylindrical objects to start the show. I haven't had time to eat. It's school shopping season, getting the kids ready for school with their school supplies. And Lady Rackets forced me to do that today for just one of the children. And I was like, I don't know how I'm not going to make it through this experience. So as a comfort, I'll be chewing on cylindrical meat. Next up, tossing salad with Kurt. Stop. You better stop that. We do have super tips available today, of course, although because of the way the audio is set up, I will be able to play them, but we just have to play them at like specific times. So as much as I want you guys to use the super tips to interrupt the show, they won't today. I really need to figure out how to make that work better, but for now, they won't interrupt
I thought
the
you
show.
could set it for like a minimum charge, like $20-$50 to interrupt the show.
Yeah, you can. I'm saying the audio won't play on them because of how I have the audio set up. I have to manually like set the audio up and like mute you. Otherwise, we're going to get a bunch of weird echoes and stuff. So we'll do that though. Any super tips that do come in will be played like normal. It's just, they're not going to be played immediately. So if you're looking for that feature, it's not going to be there. The other thing is, guys, it's hard out here in these streets. So if you would be so kind, share and let people know about the show and stuff like that, that would be great. It's always, those shares do more than you can imagine to bring people in, to let people know, because YouTube doesn't do the greatest job of it. And we are live on Rumble, of course. And so, you guys too. Everything I say about YouTube applies to Rumble as well. And we'll get started in just a second on these things. I'm going to pin the super tip link in chat early in the show because I'm really bad at that. But, so Jim, is there anything you want to say to promote your channel while we get?
No, I mean, I just do it. It's like a nightly show, usually 7:00 at night, Monday through Friday. And then later on Saturdays and Sundays, anywhere from 9 to like 11 at night. I just go over like whatever the news of the day is. I get like a bunch of stories that I follow. And, like of the day, I'll just get like 15, 20 stories. I'll try to, I let Grok decide which are the most viral stories to use and they puts them in order. And I don't know if it's good or not, but.
No one ever does. No one knows what's good anymore. Like, honestly, when you may think that you know what good content is and you're out there and you're doing whatever. And then you watch the World Cup finals and you see that the halftime show is run by iShowSpeed. Like he's the featured guest is iShowSpeed. And I'm like, I mean, wow. Like I didn't realize.
Is that the guy who got in trouble in Japan for like being? Is that the guy who went to Japan and got in trouble? iShowSpeed.
No. iShowSpeed's like the biggest live streamer there is.
The black guy, right?
Yeah, I don't think he got in. Johnny Somali got in trouble.
No, not Johnny Somali. This I could swear that he went to like Japan.
You might be right. You might be right.
Like he didn't get arrested or anything, but
it's.
Oh, I'm
it's
loud.
Like,
okay, I can turn it down.
The other thing that's great about iShowSpeed is, and I am not complaining about the halftime show or the closing ceremonies. It was awesome. Like he did phenomenal. I didn't know that he did like that type of content, like music and stuff like that. I don't watch him, so I don't get it. I'm too slow. So I didn't know about that, but I enjoyed what I saw. The crazy thing is to see a guy like Speed show up at the World Cup to do the closing ceremonies for like one of the biggest sporting events in the world every 4 years. and akin to the Olympics, right? Probably better viewership than the Olympics. And he's the guy that just a little bit ago, he was on stream with a woman and he said, hey, if you and I were the last two people on Earth, would you help me repopulate the Earth? And she says, no. And he says, who's going to stop me? Like that. It was the funniest thing he could have possibly said. But you're sitting there like, there's no way. How did he pull this off? How is he, able to then maintain acceptability with something? Because most people, that would shut them down. Like you could continue on, but you're not going to get major promotional things because they'd be like, holy fuck, you can't do that. You can't say that. But it was hilarious. Obviously he didn't mean anything by it. It was just funny. And I'm happy to see our society moving past like stuff like trying to cancel people forever over stuff like that. But that's what I mean. You never know like what is going to be great. Like that Blippy weirdo. I was mentioning this on Katie Did's show.
Did he get in trouble for like child something with kids?
Yeah, and he's like the biggest kid streamer there, throwing shovels in pools. Like, will it float? No, it won't float. It's a shovel. What the fuck are we talking about? But it's like billions of views. It's like, okay, all right, I get it. I don't get it, but I do. So that's why I tell people don't try to, don't focus on trying to like do something. Just do what you like, and if and do it as well as you can. And if it's good, it'll happen. And if it's not good, it might not happen, but you'll be happy doing it. That's the main thing. You'll be enjoying yourself no matter your level of success. And if you get successful enough to make it a career, awesome. But if you don't, like, just have fun with your fun hobby. Here we go. We've got, okay. So here's one of those things. I'm going to mute you for just a second, and then I'm going to play this super chat or super tip.
Stunning and brave for Chris Nolan to cast Starving Marvin as the hottest woman Eva. Hollywood burning them books. Tank got we got's Blag History Month and Juneteenth.
Yes, thank you very much. Blag History Month and Juneteenth. And thank you, Boosh, for doing that. Like I said, because of the belabored way in doing that, we'll
it's fine.
If those come in, we'll do them all like in segments and stuff. All right, we got two chats, and then we're going to start with the first video. DX Mania 95 says, hey, Nick, can I get a birthday toast for my dad? He wasn't supposed to live 6 days and turned 66 today. That's 3 6s. Is he satanic? If so, I mean, we don't discriminate. What do you mean he wasn't supposed to live 6 days? Like as a baby, as like a thing? Also, big shout out to Billdozer74, who has rated us over on Rumble. You are all welcome here, and you will be properly, you'll be fluffed during the show, so thank you. To DX Mania, a toast to your father, a man who has taken a doctor's opinion and turned it into a mockery, living 66 years and hopefully many, many more, bringing a wonderful family into the world and changing it in those little ways that we all do, with our everyday acts of greatness, kindness, expertise, and skill. May he continue to do so, and may he enjoy the fruits of his labor and reap the reward of his sowing. Cheers. Okay, he was born premature, and they said he wouldn't make it. Prove them all wrong. Very cool, man. Happy birthday to him. And then Chad Meme 69, member for 9 months. That's a pretty good member. Says, pay Jim tells you with this super chat money. The check is already in the mail.
Yes. Along with the 5,000.
You know what? You can shut your whore mouth right now.
I'm waiting on it too.
Me too. Me too. I do see the glare in the chat. What's up? Welcome to all the mods. Also, Sleeping Psychopathy, Rita, Boosh, Ryan, the editor, Still Fired, is here. It's a nice cast we have going tonight. All right, guys, let's get to Okay, I'm going to start with a segment of Baron Coleman's show. It's about 8 minutes long, and it is about flock cameras. Jim, do you know about flock cameras?
Yeah, it's a company. They put these cameras all around, and they basically it's legal because you have no expectation of privacy in public, and then they have contracts where they sell it to police departments or cities and different stuff, and it's become highly questionable because they're supposed to use it as an aid to make to solve crimes, but they're using it and basically instead of as an aid, they're saying like, "Oh, we got this person and they were here, so we're just going to go arrest them." It's like, well, no, that doesn't really. You didn't catch them on video committing a crime,
Right.
so
And the other thing they do, this has been a controversy, is I believe like cops are like tracking their girlfriends
oh yeah,
and stuff like
yeah.
that. So a flock camera. Now, I know a little bit about these. My senior thesis from law school, my long paper, was about this. It was about digital surveillance because there was U.S. v. Jones, which had been recently decided way back when I graduated. I've been a lawyer for over a decade, which is kind of weird. But
I also know another fact about clock cameras too.
Oh, what's that?
They contain 2 grams of gold and over 4 pounds of copper. Just saying, if anyone was interested.
Yeah, I mean that's good if you're homeless or whatever.
Yeah. It's like over $300.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Like, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Definitely leave those alone.
Yeah, do not take them and take them into a scrapyard. Do not do that.
That'd be bad.
Bad.
So, a decade ago, well, a little longer than a decade ago, I wrote my long paper, and it was partially in response to an opinion by Scalia in 2012, U.S. v. Jones. And it was about the physical placement of a GPS tracker on a car outside the scope of the warrant. They had waited too long. They'd gotten a warrant to place a tracker on, but they missed it by like a day or two. They slapped it on there anyway, et cetera, et cetera. Now, Scalia said that what they did was unconstitutional in that case, but not because they were tracking a guy digitally without a warrant. He didn't care about that. His problem was that they put the tracker on the car, which is a physical trespass on the car without a warrant. That was Scalia's issue. And so my long paper talked about that, but it also talked about the coming reality that GPS tracking wouldn't really be necessary, especially in urban areas, because they had these license plate cameras. Now they're commonly known as flock cameras, but they're these cameras that are typically stationary, although they can be mounted to a squad car or whatever. And what they do is whenever they see a license plate, and they'll take a snapshot of that license plate and they will note a GPS location and the time. And it's just a database. And exactly like you said, Scalia says you have no expectation of privacy when you're out on a public road, so this is fine. That's faulty reasoning. Although I am kind of glad Scalia ruled the way he did, because that got rid of the thing where they would put chalk on your tire at like a parking meter. Like this case obliterated that, because that's a physical trespass and they would need a warrant to do that to your car. But other than that, his reasoning was very bad, because just because someone's out in public and you might encounter them, and that's fine, you can't track their movements. That's when it becomes illegal. You can't follow someone around if they don't want you to follow them around. That's harassing or stalking behavior, and doing it digitally typically falls under cyber stalking. But Scalia wrote the opinion and allowed for this to continue. So now this has grown and spread across the country. And there are TV shows that have been talking about stuff like this forever, with the amount of cameras that are out there and the amount of data that the government has access to. Even if they aren't looking at it right now, it gets stored and archived, and they can go back and find it. And these flock cameras are part of that. But they take a picture of your license plate, and they note the time and the GPS location, and then it's just stored around. And so what they can do is they can pull all the data on a particular license plate and kind of follow it around depending on where the cameras are and if they happen to catch it. I mean, if there's, sometimes license plates are obscured, it's rainy, it's foggy, there's another car in the way, whatever. So they're not perfect, but they're there. And that is the context in which Baron Coleman is talking about He's going to use that to lead into his Tyler
Before you do
Robinson
that, did you
analysis.
pay any attention to the latest, the last, like maybe two weeks ago, the Supreme Court case about the geofence warrants?
No, I haven't seen it.
So, suppose I haven't. The best I can understand it, and I'm not a lawyer, but the best I can understand is basically they're saying that you have to get a warrant now for the person that you're identifying in the geofence warrant. You can't just gather everybody up. You have to get separate warrants for everybody.
That makes sense. So what a geofence warrant is, for the chat who may not be caught up on this topic, is where they would get these generalized warrants for a geofenced area. So a geographical area, typically like a set of city blocks or intersections, etc. And they would get a warrant to surveil the entire area and everybody who enters into it. And so you're saying that there's now a Supreme Court decision that came out, or it's being fought, or they
it came out. The decision came out like 2 weeks ago. And
and they're saying that you have
to get a warrant for each person.
Yeah, and it's great because government will always push the bounds of what they can do. It's their job. It is nefarious because it's government, but it's also not nefarious because any large organization, it naturally will expand its power and influence, and it will attempt to preserve itself. So those things happen, and that happening is kind of
they were using I think before that they were using the business, what is it, like the business
business records exception.
But yeah, business records exception, where it's like, oh well, they keep these records, they just give them to us, and it's like, well, no, but yeah, they can give you these records, but once you want to see who the person is or go, you have to get a warrant for their information.
Right. Yeah, and that's good. That's good. All right, so we've got Baron Coleman. He is here. He is utilizing an article from Mother Jones, and this will take us into a discussion about Tyler Robinson's case. And guys, I want to, if you haven't seen it, I'm here to introduce you to the brilliant legal mind that is Baron Coleman. Lamar Cumia says, Jim, what's the deal with Pat Dixon bullying you on his show? He was so agitated and annoyed over trivial disagreements, uncomfortable for viewers. Oh, you were on a show with Pat Dixon?
A couple times, yeah, I've been on a show.
Why does he hate you?
He doesn't hate me. He's friendly. I've known him for a while. I got no problem with him. But he just, it was something going on, and I tried to sing along with a song, and I guess there was a delay, and he got all upset because I was singing along with a song he was singing.
You're messing up his fucking harmonies, bro.
I know, and I didn't know there was a delay.
Okay, that makes sense. Because I was going to say, I met Pat at Hackamania 3. He was super nice.
Yeah, nice guy, real nice guy.
Yeah.
And a lot of times I think it's just a thing he's doing, like a bit. So I don't.
Right. I like him. I think he's funny, and stuff like that. So, and I like when he plays piano along with the jokes and shit like that. Like that. That's a cool, neat, a gimmick or.
He used to do this great show called. What's it called? And I can't remember what it was. Like NNFL or something like that. The Nignog Farrow Ball League with this guy Talib Starks. And it was fantastic. Basically tracking murders and stuff like that around the country, and like who would be, win the the OJ trophy for the most murders in a year. And
that'd be great. I wish I could do that. Oh, there we go. Now we're bigger and cooler. I don't like the defaults on StreamYard. They don't make us awesome enough. Okay, here we go. So we're gonna play this, and I don't know how I haven't watched this segment in its entirety. I only watched a short amount of it, so I'm excited for it.
Police, keep losing their jobs for using flock cameras to stalk people. Advocates say it's too easy to abuse automated light plate reader technology. I saw this article and I thought, what in the world? What's going on here? Because flock.
How do you not know? Okay, sorry. I'm gonna have to. I need a therapist. This guy is like government conspiracy lawyer number 1 right now. And he's like, I saw this. And I'm like, what the hell? You didn't know about this? How do you not? It's like one of the most persistent Fourth Amendment violations I can imagine. It's all just fine. Nobody has any problem with this because here's the thing. It catches criminals. It really does. You can show them going to their drug dealers' houses and you don't have to have a warrant on it because they just happen to pass by a camera. That's not how it should work, but it does work. And when you do that and you rake in, convictions and stuff like that, judges don't want to change it. They really like stuff like this. Plus, cities and municipalities are spending tons of money on these cameras. And if you like, they did this in Minnesota with the red light cameras, where they had the red light cameras and they were convicting people. And then they're like, you can't fucking do this. You don't even know who's driving the car. Like, how can you send someone a ticket in the mail based on their license plate running a red light without identifying them?
Yeah, but governments will always go for anything that can make them a little extra money without costing them money. So it's, we don't have to pay a cop to actually pull people over. We can just give people tickets and they have to pay us and there's no way to dispute it. Yes, sign us up.
Yeah. So my first thing is, how do you not know about this? Like, how is this new to him? This bothers me. I'm not saying every attorney should know about these things, but like, if you're on the police have too much power, government surveillance, and infringement on rights is too pervasive, you should know about this a little bit. Pendar7, thank you for the super chat. Pendar says, seed money for the haircut GoFundMe. We've got goals, ladies and gentlemen. The haircut GoFundMe is real. I'm going to have a shape charge just blow my hair off. Actually, that's what I'm going to do. Okay, here we go.
Cameras play a role in this case. In fact, we just watched a preliminary hearing where absolutely no flock camera footage was shown.
Wow.
No data was discussed.
Oh my goodness.
Over the weekend, I got a call from a friend of mine who lives in the same town I do, same small town I do. And he said, there are flock cameras all over the place. Every avenue in and out of town and all through the town. You cannot move in this town without being picked up by flock cameras.
Now, I want to point out that doesn't mean it's the same in Utah. Right? Like, I don't know what small town he lives in that has flock cameras on every street corner. Mine doesn't. I think I live in a smaller town than him. Mine does not have flock cameras at every intersection. There's only like 3. No, there's only 2 with stoplights. but we don't have flock cameras everywhere. That's not a ubiquitous experience. But this is part of the problem. He's like, they didn't even talk about flock cameras. It's like, well, do they have them? Have we checked? Is that a thing? I have no idea. Do you know how many flock cameras are in Utah, Jim?
I have no idea.
Why not?
I don't know. I guess I should pay more attention to the flock
Do you
cameras.
even care? Do you even care about life?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't commit a lot of crimes.
You are missing out. Let's see. Does Utah have flock cameras? I don't even know the answer to this. They are present in Utah. Let's see. Flock safety cameras are automated license plate readers. See, deployment in Utah. Ogden is one of the largest users in Utah with 41 flock cameras, including 1 mobile unit that moves to follow crime trends. Most cameras are concentrated in the Project Safe neighborhood zones, covering areas from 12th Street to 40th Street between Washington Avenue and Monroe Boulevard. Now, I don't know. Where is UVU or whatever where the assassination took place? What city is that in?
I don't even know. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Ogden is in the north of Utah.
Where is UVU? I mean, it occurs to me that I forget that Utah exists on the average day.
The only reason I know that is because they had from that TV show Hell on Wheels, they kept talking about Ogden and the coal fields, and it was north of where the railroad was.
Okay, flock cameras are being used in Utah, in Orem, Utah. City has installed more than 200 of Flock's solar-powered internet-connected cameras across its area. So that's cool. That's way more than they just said were in all of Utah. So thank you, AI, for nailing that one. These cameras can capture vehicle plates, which indicates their active use in monitoring traffic and enhancing public safety.
Is Flock the only company that does this? Is that why they're all called Flock cameras, or is there other companies that do it? The cities do it on their own and not contract or Flock, or is it their technology and they own it?
I have no idea. I would assume so. Let's see. There are these ALPR maps. Let's see. Let's real quick. I don't know any, like, we got to look into this. So here's the map. Here's Utah's down here. So I think Orem's one of these guys. There's Ogden, Logan. What's it? Where the fuck is Orem?
It should be. I thought it was South Utah. Is where from that.
Yeah, and again, it occurs to me that I barely know that Utah is a state most days. Ogden's like,
people should be more worried about Ring Camera and what Amazon does with all the Ring information. They just give that stuff away.
well, yeah.
When you sign up, you basically say they could take anything off your Ring camera.
Is there where the fuck is Orem?
It says just north of Provo.
It's just north of Provo. So, oh, here it is. Okay, so interestingly, though it says there's 200 of them, this ALPR maps doesn't have any listed in Orem. Let me see if I can find. There should be another one here. While Orem, Utah lacks the dense surveillance networks of major U.S. cities, a combination of UPU campus security, deflock maps. Let's see what this says. This will probably end up being pornography. The love of your life, Nestor, lives in Utah. I'm going to sue you for that. So here we go. Salt Lake City. Whoa, look at that. That's a heat map if I've ever seen one. Hot. Wait, so Provo is, good Lord. I can't even see it. Somewhere around here, right? I lost it. This is top shelf entertainment as I look at this fucking stupid map. I don't know. So there are, oh, there we go. There's a search at Orem, Utah. Yeah, that one. Okay, so here we go. Here's Orem in general. Where is the college? Oh, wait, there's University Parkway. So it looks like we have this right here. So here's the college campus, I'm guessing.
I did hear something, which I don't know if it's true. I heard that the college like shut a bunch of cameras off because they were worried about ICE picking up illegal aliens.
That could be. But not back when Charlie Kirk was there, right? That would have been before or after.
I don't know.
But either way, we have one, like here's the college campus down here, and we only have a couple cameras. So like the idea that, I don't know if Tyler Robinson like looked into this and planned his route. We have no idea. This is part of the problem with the claims of people who engage in sort of specious reasoning or whatever is that they just ask the question. Right? Like they're like, why aren't there more pictures of his license plate?
He does seem to have planned it out better than I would think a 22, well, was he 22, 23 kid would have planned it out, have a change of clothes, have a place to stash this, know where it does seem, and I'll just say right now, like, I think it's my total opinion that Lance Twiggs was involved. I'll just say that right now. I think the text messages between them are pretty shady. Something don't seem right. Like it seems, I don't buy it that, he's never mentioned Charlie, all the stuff he's never mentioned Charlie Kirk, all this stuff doesn't seem, but that still doesn't mean that like he was working for the Israelis or anything. I just think this was
the other question is, when did he make these statements? Right? Like, did he make these statements when he didn't have immunity yet and stuff like that? Right? Like these are important timetables about about this. I go, oh yeah, no, he never talked about anything. It's like, well, you have immunity. Yeah, he talked about him all the time, right? Like that. It changes immediately the moment you are no longer in danger of going to prison for the rest of your life. But I think Lance Twiggs may have had more involvement than is let on. Certainly, I mean, his post murder involvement would lead me to think that they could maybe stick an accessory after the fact.
He burned the letter, right?
Yeah, he burned the letter allegedly.
Destruction of evidence.
Right, and may have attempted to delete some text messages, may have deleted some. Like we don't know exactly what happened there. So there certainly seems to be some sort of involvement. And I mean, his reactions in those text messages are like, this is your reaction to your...
And then he supposedly just went to bed after he found out that this guy just murdered somebody. And he's like, oh, okay, all right.
What are you going to do? You're tired.
Well, he said he just woke up. And so he's like, I'm going to go back to bed. And then like,
Look, if you call me in the middle of the night and I'm asleep and I wake up to take your phone call about how you commit your cool murder, I'm going right back to bed the second we hang up. Like that's true. But no, like his reactions are a little weird. And it's like, you didn't do this. You're not the guy who did it, are you? And he's like, I am. And he's like, oh, well, that's frustrating.
Wow.
They're very weird, but just because they're weird doesn't mean they're not true. And this is something that, of course, is being relied heavily upon by these people. Well, these people behave strangely, therefore it must be nefarious. And it's like, well, but maybe they just behave strangely in general. They behave in ways that we don't.
Yeah, I mean, I from what I understand, Twiggs likes to dress up in a costume and do this weird. So I don't know, like.
Yeah, and I can't talk to people who are in their early 20s. Like I can't do it. I can't follow. Like I'm frustrated immediately. So I can't understand how they communicate just on a normal level. So I'm not going to say that makes them odd. Like that's pretty ubiquitous for me and people in that age range. I don't get it most of the time. Dead End 3001 says if LEOs are losing jobs misusing flocks, system is doing its job. Auditors checking and holding PDs accountable and catching bad guys. Everyone wins. Yeah. I mean, that's true. I think the worry is that, for every caught officer, there would be a significant amount of people who skirt by the system. I think that's what people are worried about. Jefferson Electric says, rackets. A friend got reported for sexual assault from 10 years ago. Cops called him in. He talked to them. He hired an attorney. He passed a lie detector. He's wondering how long before the prosecutor decides to pursue. Not all, 10 years ago, statute of limitations on that is probably out unless it depends on the nature of the sexual assault and the state that he's in. It's hard to say, but how long has it been? Like that's one of the questions, but you won't know. Anytime up to the statute of limitations, it could be the last day and they could file or make an arrest, and you won't know. So just keep the general advice. Shut his fucking mouth and don't talk to anybody about anything related to that until he knows he's clear. Who's it? Remember for 8 months says buzzing from your mic is killing me. Good to see you.
I don't hear any buzzing.
I never understand what people hear or not hear. I think when I was closer to my mic, it might've been getting a little feedback. So I backed off of it, but I have no idea. I don't hear buzzing. Fletcher Boy, Laura Owen's parents got roasted for lying to the bankruptcy court. The audio would make a good topic for a show. Yeah, I need to get back into looking at those. Thank you, Fletcher Boy. Asia Frazier, how you doing, girl? Says, when was the last time you asked a guest balls or no balls? It's been a minute. Maybe we'll ask Jeff or Jim tonight. Why did I call you Jeff? I'm not cheating.
Oh, you're trying to.
Wait, are you mad that I'm not cheating on you? All right, here we go. So he says you cannot move in this town without being picked up by flock cameras. But he's not talking about Orem, Utah. We can tell, like, you can move pretty significantly through Orem, Utah without being picked up by flock cameras. They are not everywhere. But he's talking about his own town. All right. Another thing. Well, it's this way where I am, so it must be this way everywhere. Good job. Good reasoning skills. You could just look. Here we go.
If you're on the run, not on the run, if you're out running errands, the flock cameras are picking you up left and right.
They aren't. Apparently, they're not.
And then I saw
doing
this
that.
headline. And I thought, well, what the hell's going on here with the police? Flock cameras, solar-powered automated license plate readers weighing less than 3 pounds and designed to be unobtrusive
Whoa.
can be found on 80,000 street corners throughout the country. Company behind the cameras built an $8.3 billion business empowering officers to track people's movements. Well, wouldn't
Smart.
that have been convenient in this case? We wouldn't have had to look at Miss Noble's blurry underwater-looking Nest camera footage. We could have just pulled up a flock camera and said, here's where we saw Tyler Robinson last. This is his license.
I don't know what this is such a fucking lie, and this annoys me. Flock cameras take pictures of license plates. They would never accept that Tyler was driving the car. Not at all. They would say, oh, well, who's driving the car? Which is a logical question. If you just got a picture of a license plate, how do we know Tyler was driving? And for him to pretend that Candace Owens is the Baron Colemans of the world would ignore that obvious question and just blindly accept that a flock camera of Tyler's license plate is better than a grainy image from a campus security camera where that's showing him at the university. For him to just pretend that those two are the same thing and would be accepted, foot and mouth. I don't even know what the expression is, but that they would just be accepted is very dishonest. And it bothers me. I don't like dishonesty. And every time I say I don't like dishonesty, Turning Point USA sends me a check for $250. So
Can I get some of that?
No, sorry. Jews only. GMB 615 says, yo, Nick, good to see you on Paramount Tactical. Hey, that was fun. Gary was a very gracious host. Also, every time I mention Paramount Tactical, I get $85 from Turning Point.
Are you really hungry, Nick?
Yes.
Do you like protein? You like beef? Would you
do.
like some very good Texas beef from King of Biltong at www.biltongusa.com? If you use promo code NOSE, you'll actually get 10% off. Or you could use code JIM.
Wait a minute. Are you getting paid to do this ad?
Yes.
That's fucking hilarious. I like the King of Biltong guy.
He's awesome. He was on my show, Fred. He's a great guy, man.
Yeah,
He's
I've
a really
mentioned,
nice guy. Yeah.
mentioned him on stream and the company biltongusa.com. If you guys like cured meats that are, they're a healthy protein-based snack, stop eating cum and eat some biltong.
Displayed. This was his car moving. Here's a picture of it. Here's the data from the license plate reader. We got none of that.
Because they
Nationwide,
probably
flock
don't have
cameras
it.
log billions of license plates each month.
That's nationwide.
And now dozens of reports are emerging of police using the cameras not to solve crimes, but to stalk their partners and exes.
What are they
Over
for?
a 2-month period in 2025, Milwaukee police officer Josue Ayala searched the license plate number of someone he was dating over 200 times, according to court documents. He also searched for his partner's ex. That's kind of psychotic, if we're being honest.
I mean, I just
Another
feel like that's
Milwaukee
being a
officer,
good boyfriend.
Taranji Chapman, was assigned to investigate Ayala's case. Ayala was charged with misconduct, resigned, and was sentenced to 1 year's probation, as he should have been. That's abusing the technology. Then this week, Chapman, too, was charged. The guy
I
is
saw
funny
this
is-
story. The investigator got charged with doing the same thing.
What's funny is, how is it abusing the system though? Right? Like, because now I know the answer because I'm a good
Well,
government
I
student.
think it's a violation of their policies because you're only supposed to use it for official business. So I don't know if it's against
Yes,
the law, but it's probably a
all-
policy violation.
all police records management has the idea or has with it the understanding that you must be accessing the system for a legitimate purpose that's non-personal. It has to be connected to an investigation. You can't just run people's plates for a friend or whatever. Like you have to have a reason to do it. And that's actually in most state laws and in the federal law about accessing government databases, any government database that's in there. So that is, yeah, but it is funny because it's like, well, what do you have these cameras for, if not for this literal purpose of just tracking out where people go? My question was, did Chapman and the other guy, did they find anything? Did they like find out their girlfriends were hoes or whatever?
They never really said it. There was another one I heard. It was either I think it was New Mexico, somewhere where they were filming a movie and a cop was on set for like security and was like started hitting on this actress and she kind of blew him off. And then all of a sudden he told her, "I'll find you." And then he came flying up on her, pulled her over because he was tracking her on Flock. He ended up going to jail for it. Like there was a whole thing where he's like, "Yeah, I did it."
Yeah, that just doesn't seem like a good idea.
I told you I'd find you.
Yep.
Again, she filed a complaint and now you're going to jail.
Exactly.
Who was investigating the guy who was abusing flock cameras was charged with abusing flock cameras.
Yes, it's a big.
He was charged with
temptation.
misuse of GPS information. While investigating Ayala for abusing flock cameras, he allegedly was engaged in the exact same misconduct, using the technology to track people in his own life.
Okay. Yes, look curiously at us, please.
Is that why we don't have any flock camera footage of Tyler Robinson? Was everybody in Utah doing the same thing? Stalking their exes, stalking their girlfriend?
No, retard. that would have no impact. That would have no impact on whether or not the cameras acquired an image. Because they were just so busy stalking their girlfriend. The camera didn't take a picture. This is dumb. Now, I'm sure he's trying and failing at telling a joke here, but this is the kind of reasoning that's being used over and over in this stuff. It's like, well, why don't we have it? Because we don't. You know, there are cameras all over the place in general, not just flock cameras. And the big question and stuff is, why don't we have this? And there's usually one of two reasons. One, there isn't an image, like there isn't footage of it. And two, sometimes, like in Karen Reed's case, there might have been images and they just didn't investigate. The cool thing about flock cameras is they're way different than personal ring cameras. Personal ring cameras, you have to retrieve the data really fast or it goes away. Flock cameras, stockpile it. So the footage would be there still today if it exists. But it not existing is no indication that he drove past those cameras and it took a picture and like it was wiped away or whatever, or that he didn't drive past those cameras. They're not perfect. They're not perfect systems. I hate this stuff. I hate
most major
They were
cities
too
have
busy
traffic,
stalking all these people to say,
monitoring cameras too, to monitor traffic patterns and stuff like that. That they're picking up things, and there's cameras pretty much everywhere.
And again, a whole lot goes into it. If you pull up to an intersection and it doesn't have a clear view of your license plate, that picture is useless. Well, no, why did it do that? I didn't want it to do that. It was very racist.
say, we have a murder suspect.
Do we?
We ought to see where he's been. He drove 4 hours to get here and 4 hours home.
Oh my God, he drove?
Surely there's flock data all over Utah of this guy, all up and down the interstate, whatever the interstate number is. I think 15.
Surely is not there is. Surely is just Shirley. But again, you can check it. They actually don't install a ton of flock cameras on interstates. They install them in cities like that. That's more useful because a bunch of crime doesn't happen on interstates. They don't need to track people that way. And if you're going from city to city, you'll show up on the flock cameras on one and then on the flock cameras on the next city. If you do.
Maybe something like that. All up and down Interstate 15, all over Orem, all over St. George, all over Washington. He should be everywhere.
Why?
That would have been a pretty open and shut case if you're being honest. If you're trying to prove probable cause, we can use the testimony of a guy who thinks he's a cat. Meow. Lance Twiggs. Meow. We can use Catboy. Or we could use flock cameras. Isn't that what they're supposed to be for? Isn't that why?
Flock cameras would be less accepted by the people critiquing this case than Lance's testimony. Lance's testimony is really difficult on a practical level to overcome. Lance is the person that Tyler was talking to. Lance has no particular reason to lie because he has an immunity agreement. In fact, the immunity agreement, contrary to popular belief, incentivized truthful testimony. That truthful testimony is how his immunity agreement is preserved. If he lies, if they find out he perjures himself, if he gives, anything like that, he will lose his immunity agreement and likely be prosecuted as an accessory to murder, or maybe even prosecuted for murder as part of a conspiracy. It would be an insane thing. Now, that doesn't mean people do lie about stuff, but that as far as the court is concerned, Lance Twiggs's testimony about Tyler Robinson admitting that he's the shooter and admitting that he planned to shoot Charlie Kirk when he left that morning, those two admissions right there, that's almost sufficient probable cause on its own. It probably is, but you'd never have a prosecutor rely on just that information. But that's sufficient probable cause on its own. You don't get to controvert the fact unless you can prove that Lance definitely did not make those, have that text conversation with Tyler, which they can't do that. So at probable cause, that's all you need. You don't need the flock cameras. They may even have flock camera evidence that they're not presenting because they don't need it at probable cause. But this guy's like, wouldn't that be better? No, you wouldn't accept it either way because it's your MO is to not accept it. And that's a fine thing. But let's not pretend that there's this group of evidence that these people would all suddenly accept. If we just had this, we'd be fine with it. Especially one that necessarily wouldn't have a picture of Tyler Robinson in it. It'd just be his car, which anyone could be driving. That's the whole thing. He could have parked his car, outside of the ring camera area or flock camera area, and he could have gotten a ride in with someone else. Like, we don't know what happened. He could have walked in. He could have taken public transportation, an Uber. Like, we're not privy to those details yet. Presumably, the FBI will have made some sort of, they'll have some sort of idea about it, but maybe not. They don't have to prove how he got to campus. They just have to prove that he was on campus. And they did that acceptably at probable cause with video. And
they got the videos of him in the parking lot, right? They were very clear. You could tell it's him. And then,
yes. Yeah. And I love how the big thing, it's going to come up later, is like, those are grainy videos and blah, blah, blah. It's like, we used to convict people without video just fine. And we still do. Most murders aren't on video. It doesn't happen. It's a very inconvenient thing, but most murders are not videoed. And so people have this expectation that because we video everything and everybody's got a cell phone, that all murders will be captured on video, but that's just not true.
We have them to track crimes?
No.
Wouldn't that be the ideal scenario in which to use them?
Flock cameras are not there to track crimes.
Not because some sergeant's trying to get his rocks off, wondering where his girlfriend is during the day while he's on shift?
Is that how sergeants get their rocks off?
But to actually track suspected murderers?
no, I thought their whole purpose of the
See
flock
who
cameras were
committed
they
the crime?
identify somebody with a suspended license or something like that, or somebody with a warrant so they can find them. That's what I thought the purpose was.
It's really just for, and this sounds horrible, and I don't like them, by the way. I hate flock cameras. I do think that they are a violation of the Fourth Amendment, very specifically, because, like I said, just because you encounter, like if I see someone at a stoplight, like a flock camera would, I take a picture of their license plate and note where they are, and then I follow them to the next stoplight and take a picture of their license plate and note where they are, and I GPS tag every single photo, and I do that 15 times, like as if they passed 15 cameras. That's illegal. And that's why I don't like flock cameras in general. But they're not there to track crimes. They're there to track where people are when they're out in public on public roads. And that's the purpose. They're not good at tracking crimes because they don't take pictures of crimes. They take pictures of cars moving. They're not even there to like, they're not speed cameras. They're not red light cameras. They're not expired registration cameras or anything like that. It's literally just, here's where this car was at this time. That's it. And
Yeah,
so
but
like,
I think they can, like the police departments in this, or can put they can enter in a plate number and say, hey, I want to find this plate, and it'll pop. And then when it'll come up, they'll get an alert. And they'll say this car, like they'll have mobile ones in like cop cars or whatever, where the car drives by and an alert, and it'll come up and say, this car's on this list that we're looking for. you know.
Yeah, and I'm sure they have something like that. But again, he's like, what isn't it for recording crime? No, they're not. Like, that's not their purpose. They're not good at it. They're very bad at it.
The one thing we had for reporting crime was the shot spotter thing that they used to have in the cities until they decided that that was racist and you had to get it out of the cities. And surprisingly,
like,
the shootings went down because they weren't reported anymore.
Like, why are all these shootings coming from black neighborhoods? I don't know. Very weird.
But that's not how they get used, apparently. That's not how they get used.
It is.
Either that or there is no flock footage. In fact,
you nailed it.
If they go to trial and don't introduce flock footage, I think
Here
by
it is.
now they're so ubiquitous. An affirmative defense just might be.
Pardon me. What you guys are about to hear is one of the most retarded legal takes that exists. And I say that without a hint of irony. It also is a very strong demonstration that Baron Coleman, alleged attorney, does not know what an affirmative defense is. We'll discuss that in a minute. Let's back this up for just like 15 seconds.
Self-defense is an affirmative defense, right?
What?
Self-defense is an affirmative defense, right?
Right. So an affirmative defense. Let's preface this from a real suspended lawyer. An affirmative defense is a legal justification for what has happened. Self-defense is your legal justification, not a factual justification. Factual justification, I didn't kill them. Legal justification, I did kill them because they were trying to kill me. Boom.
Like an insanity defense would be an affirmative defense, right? Or temporary insanity.
Necessity. I like, if you assault someone, for example, because you're trying to rescue someone who's drowning, right? And you have to push someone out of the way to get past them. That could be a necessity type defense. There's stuff like that. Or you're violating traffic laws because you're in an emergency and you're trying to get someone to a hospital. These are necessity defenses that are there. But affirmative defenses, importantly, do not get rid of the factual reality of the crime. There's duress, right? Like you shot someone because someone held a gun to your head and said, I'll fucking kill you if you don't shoot them right now, right? You commit a crime because someone else is forcing you to. These are the types of things that are affirmative defenses. And some of them are perfect defenses, like perfect self-defense. Some of them are not. Some of them are kind of like explanations. And the court says, well, this might mitigate something. It might eliminate aggravating factors, et cetera, but it's not a perfect defense. Like imperfect self-defense is one of those things. So an affirmative defense is accepting of the factual record of the crime. So if Tyler Robinson's affirmative defense is flock camera footage, it would be saying, I murdered Charlie Kirk, but it's okay. Because
they didn't catch me on flock cameras.
You didn't catch me on flock cameras. That is not an exaggeration. That is how dumb this guy's analysis is. And it blows my mind. He says this unironically. Here it goes.
In fact, if they go to trial and don't introduce flock footage, I think by now they're so ubiquitous. An affirmative defense just might be, they don't even have me on flock. That couldn't have been me.
It is not.
If it had been me, they'd have brought in the license plate and said he was here at 4:15 a.m. He was here at 4:27 a.m. He was here at 5:13 a.m. He was here at 6:15 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, you can just track that timeline and it takes him right to Orem, Utah. And he pulls in right at 8:30 when we told you he was in the parking
But when
lot.
does he pull out? Am I right?
Yeah.
And then we watch him drive down and get a ribeye. And then we watch him drive right back up to Orem.
Let's entertain this for 1 second here.
web.
Let's say, Nick, that the state doesn't introduce flock cameras, and flock cameras of this did exist, and they subpoenaed the flock cameras, and Flock said, well, no, the footage is gone because the state didn't tell us to preserve it, and we erased it. That would be something they could make hay out of in court, correct?
Yeah. Now, here's the thing. An affirmative defense.
I'm not saying affirmative defense. I'm just saying like an actual.
Right. So, but I want to draw this. I'm not saying
like there was a bad investigation or something like that.
Right. And I'm not saying this is what you're saying. I want to draw the distinction. An affirmative defense eliminates the criminal act. If you can, some states have self-defense motions, right? Like stand your ground motion in Florida. And if you win the stand your ground motion, which is an affirmative defense, I stood my ground under the statute, I, did self-defense. Basically, they go, you win your trial, because if you can prove by preponderance of the evidence that you self-defensed, they cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're a murderer, right? Like because you're basically establishing reasonable doubt, and they have established an affirmative defense motion of self-defense, understand your ground, that's what they've done. They've established a process for doing that. What you're talking about is a traditional defense, where you make an argument to the jury and you say, look, they've got these cameras everywhere, and those cameras, that footage is just missing, or, we don't have him on there. How can they possibly say he got there? Now you tell me, Jim, you're a juror, or you're looking at a jury, and you go, how well do you think that argument is going to work on a jury, and say, look, they don't have his car on these flock cameras. Here's all the evidence that they presented, but they don't have this. Can he even have possibly murdered Charlie Kirk? Like, how do you think that's going to work out with a jury? I have my theory.
And the only way it would work is if they were able to show, like, here's these flock cameras. Here's one, here's the list. Here they are on the map. And there's no way he could have got there without driving past them. And they don't have them on him. That might make someone say reasonable doubt, but you still got to get past the fact that you have him on video in his car. Because I've seen video of him in his car, like driving. They have him on campus, on video in his car. Or his car on campus. They have him walking from his car in the parking lot. They have him grainy, whatever you want to call it, through the hallway. I know there's been weird angles with it. Oh, it can't be him. Look at the height and blah, blah, blah. But that's not scientific, any of the things that they're trying to show. But anyway, sorry.
Right. And, you can certainly make an argument, and arguments do work and don't work based on the factual reality. The problem is right now, they have a lot of evidence, as you're talking about, against Tyler Robinson. As far as murder trials go, people are expecting more from this murder trial because it involves the assassination of a major political figure, right? And that's a true thing. So people are
murder trial of Zachariah Anderson. He got convicted with none of this evidence.
Right, exactly. And that's what I'm saying. For a regular murder trial, which that's actually the standard that will apply in court, is the regular murder trial. Us watching from the peanut gallery, we're like, oh, this is a big trial. They will need more evidence to convict. That's not true. That's not true. But speaking of what is true, we have been raided by Good Logic, purveyor of exploding microphones. What's up, Joe? Glad to have you here, brother. And welcome to all of Good Logic's viewers. Please make sure you get your complimentary hand job for joining the stream. You can get it from yourself or a friend, preferably of the same gender. We don't want any sexual assaults happening.
Hey,
but yes,
Joe in the chat.
So this is a big one, because you can make this argument to the defense, but that's always going to, or as part of your defense, but that's always going to be weighed against the rest of the case. And like you said, there are certainly circumstances where you can go, why don't we have this footage? It seems like we should. The footage did exist and now isn't available. That's a good argument. That's a good argument, but it's not enough on its own, typically speaking, because the reality is cars drive by flock cameras every day and don't have their license plate picture taken. Now, Baron Coleman is overlooking one of the critical difficulties in using this affirmative defense, as he's putting it. He has to, through the court process, adequately explain to a jury what a flock camera is. And he has to explain to a jury why a flock camera not taking a picture of this car matters. He's got a huge relevancy issue unless the state attempts to introduce flock evidence somewhere. Because if his argument is just, I want to bring in an expert to explain flock cameras and then say there isn't any, the judge is going to go like, well, why though? It's like, well, there should be images. And he'll say, why? Right? Like this is a huge problem for Baron, or Baron's theory is, Why would the judge allow testimony about something that has not been brought to court?
Will the judge allow an explosives expert to come in and testify about explosive microphones?
You know what? I don't think so. I don't think so. There's no state recognizable evidence. And I don't mean the prosecution. I mean the court. The court is looking at this, and you're going to have to really sell something like an exploding microphone with a shaped charge. You're going to have to really sell this flock camera thing, and you're going to have to do it. And the judge is going to go, but we have, they've presented evidence that he's on campus. So we know he makes it there. But they don't have to prove how he got there. That's not part of proving whether or not he pulled the trigger.
What if he flew there on an Egyptian plane?
That's true. That's possible. I hear those were around.
Mm-hmm.
But it's these are one of the things I think people overlook a lot in their trial analysis is how do we get to this evidence? And especially in a case like this that is heavy on the conspiracy, heavy on the government intervention, how does the defense get to make this argument in the first place? Because the judge is going to go, how is it relevant that there isn't a picture? Then they would have to bring in someone, an expert, and the judge will probably have a closed hearing on this if he even allows it. And that expert is going to testify about how likely it is that he should have a picture, right? Like that's what they'd have to do. They'd have to show that it's relevant that there isn't one. And you're either going to do that by showing that the data did exist and has been deleted, or that every other car in Orem had a picture taken, just not his. Like that's the way you do this. And there's almost no way you can say this with a straight face in front of a judge.
Why couldn't they try to subpoena Flock and get footage proving he wasn't there because he was captured on one of these other flocks somewhere else?
Yeah, that would be, and that would be useful. That's a much better thing. Like, hey, we know he wasn't caught on a flock camera in Orem because he was down in Provo at the strip club or whatever. Like, I don't think they have those there. But you can watch Mormons strip down into a suit, I think. But if they have his car somewhere else in the time frame that he's supposed to be in Orem, that would be excellent. Excellent. But presumably they don't. And of course, we all have to pretend that the defense isn't doing any work to entertain all of this, that the defense hasn't looked for this. And the FBI would have to provide, like if the FBI looked for flock camera evidence and they found a picture of his Dodge in a different city, they would have to give it to the defense. Otherwise, it's a Brady violation because that would be exculpatory. No matter when it is on that day, at any point in that day, they would have to provide it. So the defense has this information. The defense knows this. And you go, well, why didn't they present it? And you go, oh, wait, I forgot. The defense is, I think Nestor is a terrible defense attorney. And I also think she's a terrible dietitian. But she has been doing this for 30 years.
The guy, I can't think of his name, the guy that he's got seems halfway decent, though.
I haven't watched him yet. I need to watch more of the hearing, which I'll get to eventually.
He was the ones making most of the arguments about not letting this in or not letting that in.
But this is crazy. Like this argument he's making right now is an insane. It's an insane argument, and attempting to call it an affirmative defense. Like I'm being nitpicky there. Maybe he meant something else. He just got the terms mixed up. That's okay. I can forgive that. But the way he's presenting it as if he's like, the cameras are so ubiquitous. This should be an affirmative defense, which means that this should be available by statute or rule to every defendant, that if they're not on a flock cam, that they're not guilty. That's crazy. Like that's a crazy assertion to make. And it completely misunderstands flock cameras. It completely misunderstands legal defense. I don't know what this guy does. I know he does civil work. I don't know if he's ever done a criminal case at all or if he knows criminal law. He doesn't seem to.
Granddaddy's 30-06. Here we have him looping around campus. I mean, my goodness, people. I think it becoming an affirmative defense. If I'm the defense lawyer, I'm raising it. I'm making the judge tell me I can't.
He will. He'll do that happily. The judge
I'm
will
going to
tell
look at
you
the
can't.
exhibit list, and if they don't have any flock camera, I'm using that in my opening. You know what you're not going to hear, ladies and gentlemen? You're not going to see flock footage. You're not going to see it.
And the jury will be sitting there going, fuck is flock footage? What is that? What is that? They don't know what that is. So you're going to use that in your opening? You're going to have to spend precious time in your opening explaining flock footage. And then you're going to have to explain that they don't have it and the jury's not going to see it. And the jury's going to go, okay, but like, what are we going to see? And I think you run a real risk presenting, you're not going to see this video evidence to the jury. Well, the jury's going to be paying attention to the video evidence that is there, maybe even a little closer. And that is not what you want if you are Tyler Robinson's counsel. You do not want them looking into the video and replaying it and going, can we assess this? Baron is setting up in his opening argument that cameras placed around a location can adequately track the movement of a defendant. He's setting that up. He's telling the jury that that can happen. He's saying it didn't happen for his car. And the prosecution will have just laid out very succinctly that, yeah, we actually have tracked him by cameras and we have pictures of him all over campus. And we're going to show you the timeline. We're going to show you as he walks around campus, and these cameras are able to give us a precise time and location of all of his movements. And then Baron's going to come in there and talk about, well, they don't have it for his car though. This is a terrible strategy. It's legally specious. And a judge may just actually tell him to shut the fuck up if he tried to present something this dumb in court, honestly.
Why? Because he wasn't there. You're going to see grainy underwater footage that may or may not be Bigfoot or space aliens.
This is not a good argument.
But you're not going to see flock footage that would put my client clearly at the scene.
And again, the flock footage doesn't do that. That's not its purpose. Flock footage shows a car's license
That's what I would
plate.
do.
That's it.
Maybe he was
And
wearing
I
a
would draw an
license plate
objection
on
and then
his
make the judge tell
body.
me I can't say it.
What was that?
Maybe he had a license plate around his neck. Like
Yeah. I did that with my old license plates for my car that when I got them replaced with the blackout ones, the original ones that say Law Pope, I had them made into a giant Flava Flav style chain. I wear them around. But yeah, he's like, I would do this and I would draw an objection and then make the judge tell me I can't say it. Okay. Like, how is this helpful? Do you think you're going to appeal and win on that? Do you think that's how that's going to go? All right. Okay.
But we'll see. You never know. You never know. All right. Where was it? Oh, yeah. Lest you think there is no flock footage in Orem, Utah. Check this out.
All right, show us.
This out. It's rendering a map, ladies and gentlemen. Hold, please.
It's
Look at the
rendering
number
one?
of flock cameras
Goodness.
you would have to drive past in order to commit a crime in Orem, Utah. Just in this little view, we have 117 of them. We come down here all up and down the highway. There's 64 in this view, all up and down the highway. Here's the campus right here. We have 2 right here.
Wait, no, the campus
That
is
flock camera
not
right there should have picked up.
Or does he have it oriented differently than I do?
Or no, is that one? Yeah, that one right there should have picked up the chain gang taking Charlie Kirk to the hospital.
What does that
But
have
look,
to do
we got
with
them
anything?
all up and down the highway. You can.
So he brings that up. That's an interesting question. Okay, did it? Right? Like, did it pick up the chain gang bring? I don't know what the chain gang is referring to. I'm assuming the TPUSA security that brought him to the hospital. But like, did it pick them up? Because if not, you've got a really big fucking problem. Because we know that did happen. So if it didn't pick them up, you would know then that it's not a perfect system.
someone is saying that purple is the Motorola cameras, not flock. Whatever that means. I don't know.
Is there purple on here? I'm not.
I don't know. He sent a Rumble rant. He was Elian saying there's 329 cameras in Salt Lake City, but they have 128 Motorola ones that aren't flock.
Oh, okay. So yeah. So Azelian over on Rumble says there aren't that many flock cameras in Salt Lake City. 329. They have 128 Motorola ones, aren't flock. So this guy is retarded. It's very important that you include that last part. I do appreciate that very much. Thank you. But again, this whole, and again, his whole thing is this must have happened and we haven't seen it yet. Therefore it didn't happen. Therefore he wasn't there, is crazy. Like this is one, the defense or the prosecution could be sitting on a big stack of flock camera evidence. We have no idea. They're under no obligation to present it at this point. They would have given it to the defense, but the defense isn't going to be out there saying this stuff. The defense, they're going to keep their lips mostly sealed on this stuff. And they know that this would not have been necessary at probable cause.
But they don't need to turn all this information over for a probable cause hearing. There's like a certain deadline right before trial that they have to turn all the discovery over, correct? Or
I mean, yes, but most, if they have this stuff, they will have already turned it over, right? Like at this point. And then they had a deadline for when evidence had to be given to the defense. And if any evidence had come in after that, it wasn't usable at the probable cause hearing, for example. I think it was sometime in March even, or maybe a little bit later. But, they had a March evidence dump that contained all this stuff. So the defense was like crying for a little while that they were crying foul. I don't mean they were crying. I'm not trying to disparage them. They were crying foul because they said that some stuff was withheld. And the prosecutor calmly stated at the hearing, no, it was in this email. They must have just missed it. And it turns out they did. They missed it. I mean, we're talking, they get thousands and thousands of pages. You miss a report. That's not that big of a deal. It happens. And that hearing was such an interesting preview as to how this is going to go. That hearing between the defense, the prosecution, and the judge about continuing out the probable cause hearing that happened a while back was so collaborative and so deferential from the state. The state's like, look, if they need more time to read these reports, all they have to do is ask. We want them to read the reports. We want them to know what's in them. We're willing to give them more time. But if they're going to say they need more time because we haven't provided the stuff, Your Honor, we have provided the stuff. We've given it to them. Maybe they missed it.
I'm really interested to hear what their arguments are going to be about why they didn't meet the constitutional standard for probable cause, because that briefing is going to have to be hysterical to read. I don't know.
Yeah, because probable cause is really easy. Here's the problem, and to me, this is kind of a problem. When you have a probable cause hearing, all factual questions are resolved in favor, or like factual disputes are resolved in favor of the state. So if the state goes, here's my grainy camera footage, and that's Tyler Robinson, and the defense goes, no, it isn't, the state wins. And for the purposes of probable cause, that's Tyler Robinson. Like, that's it. Unless you can show that Tyler Robinson was definitively not there, that he was somewhere else, and you can prove it and factually annihilate the possibility to where it's not a disputed fact, you say, no. Here's where he was. Here's the timestamp of the photograph. Like, if you can show that, otherwise it's resolved in favor of the state. So they don't need to do any of this because they've got a bunch of footage. They say, look, this is Tyler Robinson. We know this here, and here. We're watching him walk, and people can cry about how like low res and grainy it is. But in probable cause, it's going to be resolved in favor of the state, and they're going to get to continue. There's no way they did not present sufficient probable cause evidence in this case.
Can't get away from flock cameras.
You can.
Look at this. They got so many up here, it's turned orange. But all up and I don't know how I made that three-dimensional. Yeah, there we go. All up and down the highway, we've got them.
There's not very many.
Yeah. Oh, man. Not going to get through here without getting caught. Flock boy. You toasted going through there.
But
that's right. Oh, Panguitch. Yeah, Panguitch. Yep.
The place where he allegedly had the steak, Panguitch, doesn't have a single fucking camera in it at all. Notice he zoomed right back out on that one. He's like, Panguitch, oh shit. There was nothing there.
I didn't understand that argument about the steak and stuff anyway. So if he was having a steak, that was after Charlie Kirk was dead.
Okay, so here's the deal. The timeline of the text suggests that, he tells Lance that he has to stay in Orem longer for the opportunity to get his gun, right? And it pushes the retrieval timeline back. If he was at Cowboy's Smokehouse,
and he was lying in a text. That would just prove that him and Lance were lying about what was going on, and the text messages were staged. That's all that would prove.
So I agree with you, but here's what they're hinging on, and there is a little validity to this argument, but it's not a perfect argument. It's it has problems. All right, Tyler was encountered on campus, allegedly by a campus security officer later that night. Now, I think that's the thing where the body camera didn't pick him up, or like the body camera shut down right before the thing. But the campus police officer says that he had an encounter with Tyler Robinson, on campus late at night. And that time, which is like 12:30 a.m. or something like that, I can't remember the exact timeline. The time that he left the steakhouse allegedly it's like 2 hours and 45 minutes, and the drive is like well over 3 hours. So he would have to either be driving over 100 miles an hour pretty much the entire way, which is possible, but kind of it's unlikely that would happen. He'd be having to drive over 100 miles an hour, or the more likely thing is he didn't go to that fucking steakhouse. There's no evidence that he was there at all. There are eyewitness servers who claimed the next day when they released the grainy picture of Tyler Robinson, they were looking for this guy. They said, "Oh, that guy was here, we think." And so they've turned over all that information to the FBI, apparently. And, seemingly they don't believe that he was there. They can't place it. Now there's a receipt floating around that Candace Owens has said, "I have seen Tyler Robinson's name on the receipt." I can't really figure out where that name would be on that receipt. And that
she wrote it there.
That story is now changed a little bit to, well, maybe it was his debit card. And if he used a debit card and a PIN number, it would have like an authorization code and not his name. But, Candace Owens doesn't let things like that get in her way. She has seen Tyler Robinson's name on the receipt. Nobody else has. The owner has said, we have no information that says that Tyler Robinson ate here that night.
Didn't she also see Macron's wife's penis?
Well, I mean, who hasn't really? Like, all you have to do is get her on Instagram, him or whatever. But yeah, so, but that's the idea of this steakhouse, is that he went to the steakhouse, and it really compresses the timeline on him going back to retrieve the gun from Orem. But there's nothing about it that disproves the text messages, because if he's eating at the steakhouse and he just maybe doesn't want to text to Lance where he is, and he says, "I got to hang around Orem a little while longer," because he's planning to go back, like that would certainly work. But I think the reality is we don't need to engage this, because there's no evidence that he went there other than a server with no camera, no pictures, no confirmation, and apparently no receipt. A server claims that Tyler Robinson sat at the bar and ate there from 8:55 to 9:47 p.m. That's all. That's it. That's all we have. Someone claims it. And again, the photo that was released is one of the grainy photos that they've criticized as not being Tyler Robinson. And so it's like, wait. So you guys look at that picture and go, "That's not Tyler Robinson." But you believe that a server who looked at the same picture positively IDs the real Tyler Robinson from it. Okay, like that doesn't make sense at all. And again, the way you have to entertain conspiracy is you have to look at each fact as if it is the only fact, right? Like you have to do that. and you have to shed all the others. But that causes problems when you go, all of the other facts are building a cohesive, sensical narrative. This one fact is a problem. Well, maybe that fact is wrong. They get stuff wrong in these narratives. It doesn't mean that they're wrong about the whole thing because they get one fact or one link in the chain is.
What if the server
missing.
was wrong about the time?
Well, the time is on the receipt. So they show the time that the order was placed, which is 8:55 p.m. So we know that he was there sometime before that.
But didn't the steakhouse come out and say that's not the right receipt anyway? And it's they don't
Well,
know what
yeah,
the
that
receipt is.
the steakhouse is not. Their wording's a little weird. Their wording is, we have no indication that this receipt belongs to Tyler Robinson or that he ate here that night. But that receipt, in theory, hypothetically, could be linked to a different person named Tyler Robinson. That's possible, for example. Like, we don't know that. But that could be, like, they could have a debit card, the last four numbers, link up to someone named Tyler Robinson who ate there. That would be a possible thing. But presumably, they would take the four numbers at the end of the debit card and they would match them to Tyler Robinson's actual debit card, this one. And so, but we don't know that. What we know is that the owner has said, we have no indication that he ate there that night. And I think if you have a receipt that says Tyler Robinson and a positive ID, you'd have some indication that maybe he did. But that's what we're left with so far. And this will be, this will eventually be resolved. But we're almost at the end of Baron's segment here.
That hit going to Penguich. Look at this. Just to get out of St. George and get up there, you're going to get hit with flock camera. So I expect to see some flock camera footage.
But here's the crazy thing. Okay, you might have, it's very likely that if he drove past those flock cameras, that he's tagged on them, but they're far away from Orem. They're relatively irrelevant. I mean, I guess you can use it to nail down parts of the timeline, but there's a reason they wouldn't be. If I show you a flock camera snap of the license plate from 200 miles away, 4 hours before the murder, that doesn't say anything, right? Or, well, I guess 5 hours before the murder, we'll put it. 200 miles, it'd be a nice clip for 4 hours. So we'll say 5 hours before the murder, 200 miles away, a flock camera picks him up. Okay. That could mean literally anything on the planet. That doesn't mean he's going to Orem. That just leaves the possibility that he could have gotten there in under 5 hours. All right. That's not useful. It's not helpful. It doesn't prove a fact more or less likely to be true. Now, I guess if you build out the whole profile of flock camera snaps that he would have had to drive by, sure. But I don't know that we really know that he would have driven by any of these cameras and that it would be available. Certainly inside Orem, there were routes he could take that avoided him, according to the map, because there's only a couple. But here we go. We'll finish this bit.
I expect to see Tyler Robinson, 10-2, driving down the road.
Why would you expect to see that? They take a picture of the license plate.
2 and
Bud.
Nothing, because he's texting his plans to his lover. I don't know. We'll see. Let me show you real quickly, changing gears ever so slightly. You guys remember lying?
Okay, so he's going to go into talking about Andrew Colvett, and I don't want to sit and watch this. Andrew Colvett is the current show director for the Charlie Kirk Show or whatever, I guess. I don't know. I don't really know the guy or anything. I've never talked to him.
You heard about Andrew Tate getting arrested, right?
Yeah, that was funny. With SpongeBob in the foreground.
And his outfit was hysterically funny. He's wearing like girls' pants or something. It's like, what are you doing, dude?
Yep. Okay, so I have a long full podcast from Steve Cameron and this guy Don Jeffries. But there's also some clips. But first I want to bring up a Steve Cameron's photo. He blocked me today, which I thought was very rude. I don't know why anybody would do that. I'm a nice gentleman. Hold on, I'm trying to figure out where I should pull this up. Steve Cameron is again, he wrote a book that has something to do with JFK's assassination, which is not a huge interest area for me, so I don't really care. All right, so here we go. We'll share this tab. All right, so come on. So yes, this is the post. He blocked me. I said, was it something I said? He blocked me right after I posted this, which is his picture. And I said, I call this artistic photo dreaming of cock.
No.
I don't know. I don't know why that might make someone angry, but it is true.
Maybe
Help
you thought you were reading his mind.
Help Solve has rated the stream over on Rumble. Welcome to, oh wait, that's Fladge Rants. Fladge Rants has rated the stream. I don't know. It shows me the rants like.
It does that. I don't know why. It does weird.
Yeah, it picks up the main channel name
account
rather
name.
than
the
the
account name.
So anyway, welcome to Fladge Rants. Hope I didn't just dox your secret account. Welcome to all of you guys, and we're talking about Tyler Robinson, and most importantly, we're talking about Steve Cameron. I Dream of Weenie. He is there, and he's we're gonna watch some video of him and some other astute minds, like Greg Lake. This is these are the people that we have. So here's Don Jeffrey. Notice this is what Steve Cameron looks like now. Up here in the middle, and I showed you that other picture. His headshots are way different than his normal look. And as someone who went through some physical changes, I will say he looks like he eats dick for meth. I don't want to impugn him, but that's what he looks like. So he's here. This is Don Jeffries. He runs this show, I Protest. We've got Muppet. I don't know who Muppet is at all. Adam, the Real One podcast, John Aaron Bray, and then of course, Entheogenic Esquire, Greg, who's presumably an attorney. Yeah, he looks like one, so that's good.
I can't get. Is this guy the real one? Is it? I don't. I hope it's not like a skin condition, because he looks like he's just got a really dirty face. Like
he looks like he's in
working on a
blackface.
car. Yeah, it looks like he's like he just got done working on his car and the grease got on him. He didn't have time to get it off. And as he started going, "Hello, my mommy. Hello, my darling. Hello, my ragtime gal."
Yeah. I have no idea. I have worn that same costume for Halloween, but I don't know what he's doing here.
It was so hard to get that shoe polish off, though.
Yeah, it's tough. And then why can't I bring this up? Okay, that's weird. There was a chat from Say Hello to DC that says Unk Alert, and then but it won't let me pull it up. It must be gone. All right. So this is and this is just a 2-minute excerpt from their show. We may just start watching their show, I think, because I think it'll be, I don't think there's a moment that will be not funny. But this is a 2-minute excerpt, and it says, Attorney Greg Lake questions the true motivations of Tyler Robinson's defense team. So he's got to question the false motivation, presumably, would be that
they're working for Israel.
Well, no, the false motivation would be that they're working for Tyler Robinson's defense, and the true motivation must be like the Israel thing or whatever. So I figured let's just take a peek at this.
So, where I said that there's some force behind the scenes that get to these defense attorneys, but
Yep.
These
That's
people
true.
at the restaurant had apparently spoken with the FBI. They had reached out to the state prosecutor. I think presumably the defense, at least through Candace's show, should have known about this, yet none of them followed up with it, right?
Yeah,
None of them
Yeah,
followed
the
up.
witnesses say they didn't. The witnesses said nobody came out to interview them. The defense didn't come out to interview them.
So
So
to
when
me,
people
this is
say-
concerted effort, right? This is a concerted.
Okay, let me help.
Maybe, Nick, maybe the defense asked Tyler, did you eat at this restaurant? He goes, no, I've never been there. And so why are they going to waste their fucking time?
Yeah, this is the big problem with alleged alibis, especially ones that come from somewhere else. If the defense isn't researching them, it might be because the defense doesn't find it credible. They find no value in it. They don't believe it happened. They don't believe they can get a witness, whatever. Now on this, I agree. There's 3 witnesses, all this stuff. They should be following up. But we have to presume that they didn't, rather than that they did. And this is one of those things. If they could do this, if they could show this, it would annihilate the timeline of the prosecution. And they may be able to show that Tyler Robinson couldn't have done everything else the prosecution said. Now it's not a perfect defense because it doesn't show that he didn't shoot Charlie Kirk. It shows that everything else didn't happen the way that the state is presenting it. But it would be useful to do that. It would also be useful in public for them to do that. And that's a consideration that we have to have here.
Yeah, if you start poking some holes in the prosecution's theories, then it gets in public. People go, oh, wait, this. And so then it's going to add up and maybe you convince somebody.
Right. And they have every opportunity to, at the public hearing, raise these points that might help their client and his public image, that might give people out there a reason to say, hey, maybe this narrative is wrong. That's an okay thing. That's actually a good thing for them to do. Because, Tyler Robinson, if he is somehow acquitted of this, he will still carry the emblem of being Charlie Kirk's assassin forever, like OJ did. The difference between OJ and Tyler Robinson is OJ, well, at least for a while, was rich. And he was monetizable no matter what. Tyler Robinson.
Why did he waste all that time searching for those killers if it was him?
I don't think he spent much time doing it at all.
He was looking on every golf course around America.
Exactly. That's true. Hey, they're hiding in these holes. Kaufman 921 says, tell me Don Jeffries is not Voldemort. I will do no such thing. I will do no such thing. And here we go. So back to this. And Steve Cameron, I'm loving the look. I mean, it's
I thought it was Chad Zumak at first, but then again,
he's got the lesbian look down pat. Like he stepped right out of a Subaru Outback.
Effort amongst all sides in this towards the same goal.
Yes.
And I guess we don't know what that quite is yet, but the prosecution of Tyler Robinson, essentially.
So my question to you about that, Greg, real quick, is that there's no reason why the defense shouldn't have interviewed them. So, I mean, I'm on, exactly. I mean, so there's no, whether it was true or not, the defense should have been up.
There's a ton of reasons that the defense shouldn't interview these people.
If they ask Tyler and he says, no, I've never been there, why go talk to him? Why waste your time? Their time is money.
If they're
limited time,
if the information that they get, which they will have to then turn those interviews over to the prosecution. That's how discovery works. If they go interview these guys, the prosecution gets a hold of these interviews, they can just pick them apart completely and make it look even more like Tyler Robinson was there, right? And that you could then start to cast doubt on any possible other identifications out there, because there are bound to be a ton of misidentifications of Tyler Robinson. It's very common in major murder cases where a picture is put out, especially if the picture isn't the clearest, that people will look at it and have seen him, in their mind. They believe they've seen, I saw that guy at the grocery store, or I swear he was here. And then it kind of fits with the story. And so they're like, okay, yeah, I think that was him. It must have been. Like it must not have. There's nothing saying it must have been, but that's how people's brains work. The defense wasting time, money, effort, interviewing people for an extremely weak alibi that doesn't actually solve their client's problem. That's not a good thing to do. They need to focus on actually defending his case. And these guys cannot fathom it. They're like, well, but this would win everything. It wouldn't.
There. So, I mean, this is why I think that the defense is in on it.
Yeah, me too. Oh yeah, that
They usually are.
yeah. That, and then also not and let me say this about not cross-examining Brian Davis and why I think it's the whole courtroom's in on it, because it happened right before the lunch break. They conveniently stopped the state's direct examination just right before the lunch break, and then judge just kind of quietly asked about, okay, well then we're going to cross-examine, and then the attorney quietly said no, and within 10 seconds they're like, okay, going to lunch. And just, you could tell there was a concerted effort to really keep it quiet, that they weren't going
to scream and yell and
just
pound
a
on
lot
the
of
table?
courtroom.
Talking in a reserved tone in court is very common when there's no need for any emotion. And if the judge is like, all right, well, we're done with the state's examination, the defense intend to cross, and they say, no, Your Honor, you just go to lunch. And then they just go to lunch. Like that's normal. That's not
what did
weird.
they have for lunch, Nick?
Matzah. Lots of matzah.
It was very kosher.
Yeah, definitely. 100%. It was handled appropriately.
Them working in tandem with one another, I've seen.
Well, this is a pattern, again, we've seen in so many of these cases. Debbie Smith, thank you very much in the chat. John, I will give you a chance to chime in. What are your general thoughts of the preliminary hearing?
You're just going to skip over. There's a pattern we've seen in so many of these cases.
I'm not going to skip over it.
I'm talking about.
Hey, I know. There's a pattern we've seen where the defense is completely in on it and is working in collusion with all elements of the state to prosecute someone. And it's like, do you know, like, there's a million attorneys watching this case. None of them think this. Well, other than entheogenic Esquire Greg. He thinks this. But the overwhelming majority of attorneys who don't look like, that they're lusting after a Chevy Malibu, they don't believe at all that the defense is in collusion with the prosecution, and actually would probably find that assertion to be ludicrously offensive to the profession, to everyone involved. If any indication of that was going on came out, everybody loses their license forever, like, and probably criminal charges. Like there'd be no mercy on that. But these guys are just like, no, that's probably what happened. So I have Tyler Robinson framed in Charlie Kirk assassination. Oh boy. I think is that this one? Yeah, I think this is the full version of that. So we've got I don't want to watch I don't want to see that. Here, let me pull this up. So here we have that. Should I leave the chat up on screen?
No. Oh, their chat.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be hysterical.
I think so too. So, we forgot to do an important thing. How do you rate Baron Coleman based on the video that we watched? Dummy or not dummy?
Dummy.
I'm very surprised by that.
Really?
No.
I don't know. He might be
an idiot.
I mean, he might be like, I don't know. Maybe he's like you said, maybe he's a civil lawyer. Maybe he does specific areas. Some people do, and maybe he hasn't done any criminal law since, any studying nothing since law school, hasn't even taken since crim course, whatever, and have never practiced criminal law, never did any traffic, nothing. So yeah. I don't know.
And criminal defense is completely different than civil plaintiffs work and civil defense work. It's completely different. I mean, some of the rules are the same. The rules of evidence are the same, but the procedural rules are very different. The standards of proof are wildly different, right? Preponderance of the evidence or clear and convincing evidence versus beyond a reasonable doubt. You've got massively different standards and different tactics, and you're fighting a different opponent. You're fighting someone who's level with you, rather than in criminal defense, you're fighting against the government with effectively unlimited resources and unlimited anger. Like, so they will just keep coming down on you. And it's a whole different thing. It's excusable. It's excusable to not know every nuance and whatever. But if you're gonna be sitting here like commenting on it and you don't know the basic concepts of like what an affirmative defense is, for example, how on earth are you delivering accurate information? Like how are we supposed to trust any of that? And
you would think a guy with the name Coleman would bring the heat.
I would think he would bring the blackface. But that's me. All right. So we're not going to watch all of this. This is 2 hours long.
Where'd the blackface guy go? He's gone.
I think he hasn't joined yet
Okay.
at this point. So.
And welcome to High Protest. This is Donald Jeffries coming to you from just outside the swamp-infested Washington, D.C., as we do every Friday at this time. We have another great panel discussion for you. We're going to go into
it's a little presumptuous. You don't know if it's
Tyler
gonna be any
Robinson,
good.
Charlie Kirk, part 2. We have some more people here who have really delved into this deeper than I have. And so look forward to a great
I gotta address this real quick. Cynthia Udi, I guess I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. It says, "I stand with Candace. Christ is king." Christ is king, of course. Standing with Candace is fine. People are welcome to make up their own minds. I don't begrudge people's decisions here. There's no like requirement. I'm not even trying to get people to change their minds. All I like to do is to say, here's what I see and here's what I know, and I'm sharing that with you. You make up your own mind on whatever. What I won't do is call you part of like the Jewish conspiracy or say that you're being paid off by, Candace Owens or her husband, and you're not part of like the anti-French movement or something. I won't do any of that. Which I wish that courtesy was extended back to me, but I actually don't mind that much. But this is just approach things critically. That's all I ask people to do. And there's no motivation for me other than, hey, this thing I saw was retarded. I'm going to share it with people because it's usually funny also, to me at least.
discussion. We have, of course, Steve Cameron back again from last week. Good to see you as always, Steve. And Greg Lake back again from last week as well. And we have Muppet Masher, who's
Muppet Mash.
had an interesting exchange just a few days ago on X Spaces with Blake Neff. I don't know how much of my audience knows about this case, but Blake Neff is one of the more visible officials with Turning Point USA, and Candace Owens talks about him all the time today. So it was an interesting exchange, and I think he may be able to play that for us. So anyway, welcome to all you guys. Great to have you here. Muppet Master, since you're in an ungodly hour there in Australia, I'll give you a chance. So if you want to do what you want to do, and then you can go get some sleep if you want. But first of all, thanks for coming on.
No, thank you for having me on. Appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, so tell us about this. I assume you must have been deeply involved in this if you went on the Spaces, and you got Blake Neff's attention. And this, I'm sure, it was a lot of people on there. So I know, having done Spaces, I know it's not easy to do sometimes. So
very difficult.
He got his attention. He's probably sorry that he got your attention. Talk about what happened there.
Yeah, sure. It was Louisiana's space on X, and
hold on, is that a bald spot or is his hair like he got like a Jean Grey or whatever it's called, like a blonde white?
Yeah, I think he's got like a. Well, no, I don't think you're talking about down here.
Greg, yeah,
Esquire Greg. No, I think what that is that's his bangs like swoop down, and there's a space. There is a little. I don't think it's.
Oh, it's like a comb over type of thing, or.
Well, I don't know if it's that. I just think it's how his hair is laying. Like I think he has long bangs. Now he's got the rest of his hair pulled back in a pony, but his bangs maybe aren't long enough to get back there. So they're down in front and swoop to the side, and there is like just a little.
Yes, I'm petty. I know. I saw it. I was like.
Yeah, I mean it's fine. I didn't even pay attention to that because I hate Australians so much.
Well, it's not even a real place, so I can't take anything he says seriously. He's probably in some, prison in England or something.
I love how these guys think immediately. He's like, he had an encounter with Blake Neff or whatever, and he's like, he probably regretted that. It's like, I bet he didn't. I bet he didn't care at all. I just had a guess. He doesn't give a shit. And people, this Steve Cameron guy did that with me. By the way, I love this. The Steve Cameron guy was funny. He said that because I shared a clip from this show, and he's like, Yeah, this is you like trying to use me to boost your dwindling numbers. And I looked on his channel, and his clips have 10 views, 10, 12 views. And that is true. I am trying to boost off his very good show, but it's so he nailed me there. But it was like,
wait, are you
he's like,
saying I'm not going to get a boost from being here? Because that's
No.
the only reason I'm here.
no, you won't get a boost. Actually, you'll go down in viewership. So that's the price you pay.
If I go any
Stay.
lower, I'll be in the negative.
Yep.
I'm friends with Louisiana, so the space has just popped up when she started.
with the
and
entire
it
state
took
of
me a little while to
Louisiana?
get in there, and Gary
Yeah, I don't know if that's like just because he's Australian, he can't pronounce something. Like if that's supposed to be something different than Louisiana, but maybe it's like maybe it's a person named Louisiana, right, or something like that. I don't know what's getting mixed up there, or if it is Louisiana, if that's a streamer. The thing I love about this corner of the internet is all of these people with like 12 followers. They all know each other. They're all like aware of everybody else. You're like, everybody else, you know, you go around the whole world, be like, have you ever heard of this person? They'll say, no. And then you ask these guys and they're like, yes. And I know all of their associates as well. It's amazing. Like, I can't keep track of any of them. I am loving this haircut he's got going on here. This is great.
If that's not Chad
Melton
Zumock,
was in
No, that's Steve Cameron. I don't know if Steve ever stole anyone's credit cards, right? Like, I don't know that.
there to start with. Having a bit of a back and forth. And then Blake Neff showed up. So
Oh my God.
I've been working on this Charlie Kirk case for 10 months. I've done over like 5,000 hours of
5,000
research into
hours.
this. So I've got a pretty good
What?
background knowledge of what happened on the day.
Okay. But like, do you actually have a good knowledge of what happened on the day? Or do you have a knowledge of the conspiracy side of what happened on the day, which might incidentally be what didn't happen that day?
5,000 hours is more than 2 years.
You need
Like
to stop.
24 hours a day. It's like,
You need to stop with your vile vitriolic math. He's got 5,000 hours. You have to understand that he is
in the future.
He's
So
researching
that's
with
why
a-
he knows, because he's in the future in Australia, so he knows ahead of time what's going to happen.
Right. He's also working with probably a quarter of a mind, which means he researches 4 times as fast.
But there was some timeline gaps that I was trying to fill. And when I saw
No one
Blake
likes those.
come
We all
on there,
like
I thought,
thigh
oh, it's
gaps.
a golden opportunity to fill in some blanks in the timeline. So, I just kind of pushed in and asked him the first question of
Okay.
where he went that morning after he got off Charlie's plane. And he was cagey from the start. So I kind of sensed there might be a can of worms here to open up. So I just kept pushing him
So
a
you
little
didn't
bit.
wanna- So Blake Neff didn't want to tell you exactly where he went after getting off a plane. Like he didn't want to tell you, an Australian stranger, his exact itinerary after getting off the plane. It's very strange.
And I have to point out, yes, I understand 5,000 hours is not 2 years. But if you work 40 hours a week, 50 weeks out of a year, that's 2,000 hours.
Right.
That's why I was like 2 years. So anyway.
Yeah. No, I followed along with what you're
All right.
saying. I'm a discerning gentleman.
Yeah, it turned into
But even so, nobody on earth thinks this guy did 5,000 hours of research on this, right? Like nobody does that. He has not put in 2 years of full-time work into researching this.
a bit of a circus.
Oh,
Muppet, Muppet, do you have the clip by chance? Can you play that?
I do.
I do.
Go ahead.
Give me
a
Tyler. I
second.
was looking for that if you had a
that
follow.
would be great.
Yeah.
So I was under the impression it was Blake Neff spaces. So he just showed up on somebody else's spaces.
He did, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Paramount Tactical.
Louisiana
Paramount
has a pretty big
Tactical.
following on X, and I think she's had
been
Gary on there a couple of times before. And I think Blake
turning
showed
point
up because
side,
Gary Melton was in there. I think he had he thought he had a bit of a shield and a bit of support in there. So I have no idea why he actually got on there, but he wasn't prepared.
Prepared for what?
So, yeah, I don't know if you know how to go down to the bottom and share, you can
like, look, I'm always prepared because I'm an asshole. And that's how I live. I'm always prepared to go into a Twitter Spaces or whatever and make fun of someone. I may not be prepared to comment on what's going on, but I will definitely call someone fat and ugly. So that's true. But he's like, he wasn't prepared. Prepared for what? To be accosted by a random Australian asking him questions about what he did that day? Yeah, he might not be. What he wasn't expecting that. He wasn't prepared. What did you tell him that this is going to happen? Was it scheduled? Preparation usually requires some foreknowledge, I would think.
can share if you haven't, Steve, would he be able to do it? It doesn't have to be a URL. If it's an audio file, how does he share that? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. It should. You don't have the clip on like posted up on.
No, it's pinned to my X post. If you can pull that up easy.
Okay, okay. With
Take a look
Steve.
here.
I did clip out the actual questions that I asked Blake and just put it into a little video, but it is pinned to my profile.
How long ago did you? Oh, it's pinned. It's at the top. Oh yeah, okay.
Oh
here
my
it is.
goodness.
Here.
Now we
Let's
found
see. Let me see if I can. Hey, there's John Bray. John, can you hear us?
Yeah, I got you.
Thanks for coming on, John.
Michael Stetson in the chat. It's been just over 6,800 hours since Charlie was assassinated, and he's claiming 5,000 hours of research. Yes, I believe him now.
John, I appreciate it. For joining
Not
the
a
discussion.
problem.
Honored to
Thank you
have
so
you
much. Thank you. Good to see you, John. And I sent you a text via X. Sorry for the delay, but we're kind of running by the seat of our pants here.
here. Yeah, we had a problem with the link. Sorry.
You send me a
5 hours
DM
and
on X. It
25
may be
years
3 days
behind.
so I get it.
Lamau.
You don't get some riffraff hitting you up on XD, John.
No, everybody's pretty cool. Yeah, I guess from what I perceive, they may be riffraff, but I don't see it that way.
I don't know who this
That's
John
good.
Aaron Bray guy is.
Okay, so
Has anybody heard of
this is
in the
very
chat?
interesting.
Have you guys heard of any of these
So,
people
I
before
guess
this
this
show?
is a share. I guess this is it. Are you seeing it, Don?
Gotta be serious. He's filming from like a
Um,
some kind of mall
Cameron share.
store.
oh
or
yeah. Okay. Yeah.
kitchen of some kind. I don't know.
Yeah, or a lab,
Okay.
maybe.
Something.
So I guess
with a
this is the
refrigerator.
clip. I'll try to play the audio. Let me turn it up for a second. 1 second.
This will be good.
I just have some detailed questions if I can ask Blake.
Here it is.
That's out.
Be with Erica.
Yeah.
Nothing crazy. Who did you fly in with, Blake?
You don't know Muppet. Fuck you.
With Charlie on Charlie's plane. So at the Salt Lake City interview at Savory Fun, how many security guards did he have with him there?
I don't know.
You couldn't remember? You can't count them up?
I mean, it was a number greater than one, and I don't know the exact number of people he had at any particular.
Well, just think back. You were there. So
Well, okay.
how many security would he have had?
Charlie, the amount of security Charlie would have, I mean, you would have Dan, you would have Brian Harpole, and among other things, yeah, I just don't remember. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head the exact number.
Yeah, well, hey, he didn't have Brian Harpole with him because Brian was already at UVU.
Oh,
So
wait, hold on. Isn't that what you said in Utah?
at the Savory Fund interview with Andrew Smith before he went to UVU.
And prior, I wasn't at that event. I was in the other SUV.
So where were you in between time? When you got off the plane, where did you go?
I was in the other SUV.
Did you go straight to UVU?
We had 2 SUVs. I was in the one Charlie wasn't in, and I was somewhere. I actually have no idea where they parked it.
What do you mean you don't know where you were?
I'd never been to Utah before. We had.
So you got off.
I just want to point out, these are perfectly reasonable answers. Like, this is, if I'm getting a ride in an Uber, like I went to Washington, D.C. recently, which I've never been to outside of like I stopped there briefly to go to the Tim Pool show, but I didn't stay in Washington, D.C. I didn't go to the Capitol area or whatever. So when I took an Uber into Washington, D.C. from my Airbnb, I couldn't tell you where the fuck I was. I have no idea.
Especially since that city's laid out in a wheel and spoke pattern.
Right. But like, I've never been to Utah. I have no idea where the SUV driver took me. Like, I don't know. He's like, you don't know where you were? Like, no, I don't know at all where they took us.
How did you know you were in Utah if you didn't know where you were?
How do you, you know what? This is a thing that bothers me. You have no fucking idea, Jim.
Yeah, you don't.
You get on a plane that says you're going to Arizona. You have no clue that you arrive in Arizona. Like, you don't know unless you've like been there and then you can verify it or what. You have no idea. You trust that the plane brought you to where you're supposed to go. And you trust that it looks like the map that you've seen a picture of, but that's it. Like, you have no fucking idea. They could fly you anywhere and be like, yeah, no, this is what Arizona looks like. There's swamps and stuff. I know. I mean, we take it for granted. It's amazing. It's just one of the things that kind of bothers me. Also, the earth is flat.
The plane with Charlie, you jumped in the other SUV. Where did you go?
We went somewhere. Why would I?
You went somewhere.
Why would I remember that? Like, can you consider for just one moment that I did not know that Charlie was going to.
Did you go straight to the UVU event?
Around the Orem, Utah area. We went.
Hang on. Surely you can remember what you did that morning.
I'm a key witness to Charlie's life. I'm not a particularly important witness to the murder.
So you got off the plane, you got in the SUV. Where did you go? Hang on, let me finish the question. Where did you go?
What do you mean, where did I go?
You got off the plane, you got in the SUV.
Did you go to a restaurant? Did you go to a strip club? Where did you go?
We drove somewhere, and because I wasn't going to that event, we just like parked and we marked time until the actual Utah Valley event. And then we
realize you're making yourself look really bad right now by not answering that question. Just go ahead, continue.
He is answering the question. He doesn't know where they went because he didn't go with Charlie to UVU. That's what he's saying. He didn't go there. He knows that much. He just doesn't know where he was. He's like, I don't know. We went somewhere. And we waited around until the event started. I love these people. Like anything that doesn't comport with their preconceived narrative must be negative. That's what it always must be.
The day must be really, for somebody who was friends with Charlie and who was there and all this stuff, like the days, the time when the shooting happened is probably like this. It's there in his mind, all this stuff, like the 5 minutes before and 5 minutes after is burned in. But before it is probably a blur.
Yeah. Until that day becomes relevant to him, everything that happened up to that point.
It's like they've done hundreds of other times on a days, going to this and this and this. It's just they bleed into each other, traveling, going to these, different schools, different things where Charlie's talking here, doing this. That's what I'm saying. It's just there was no reason for him to remember any of it.
Right. And again, if what you do is completely mundane, and like you said, it's the same thing you do. Like every time you go to a new town, you land, you get in the SUV, you drive somewhere, you wait, the event setup happens, you get out, you do the event, and then you go. You may never know where you fucking are, like precisely. Like if he was at the college, he'd be like, well, I mean, we got to the college at some point. What time? I don't know. I just got off a plane. I was sleeping. I would be asleep in the SUV immediately. If you get me off a plane out of an airport and you put me in a car and it's like, well, we got to drive for an hour and then wait 2 hours. I'm fucking out. I'm asleep. I don't care what is going on in the world. I'm done. Kane 1984 says, doesn't the patsy always die in these stories? Why is Tyler alive if he's a patsy who's also confessed half a dozen times?
It ain't over yet.
Yeah, I mean, there's still time. He can still get murked. Then we have, it's Courtney's Fellowship Oddballs member for 8 months. That's beautiful. Says, hey, Nick, and hey, everyone. Nick is a flat earther. Look, I'm whatever you need me to be, Courtney. If you need me to be a flat earther because you are or whatever, I will be one just for you. But otherwise, I just know that Australia is fake. Like, that's what I know. Everything else is irrelevant.
Why is that making me look really bad? Like what? Do you want to check?
So,
You are
so when did you meet up?
obfuscating,
Hang on.
bro.
That it's not.
Let me finish it. Let me finish. So
Go
when
ahead,
did
go
you
ahead.
meet up with Charlie to follow him to UVU?
I actually don't. I don't believe I ever did meet up with Charlie. I think he went to that.
You followed him in.
I thought.
You followed him into UVU.
But in the event, I believe we drove there, and I was not directly outside that event. So the memory I have is us driving to the event, and then I was talking on the phone with.
You were in the SUV right behind Charlie, so you must have met up with him to travel there together.
When did you start?
Okay, I'm going to pause this. Everybody can hear me?
How does he know that that's what happened?
Okay, Muppet, how much longer does it go? You want me to keep playing through this? Or do you
But
want
then the other thing is, I'll give it to him. This guy's put 5,000 hours of research into this. So he does know that that is what happened. Okay, so I'll accept that. Okay, but he doesn't know that. He's in the back of an SUV. And if those SUVs linked up at some point in the drive, he clearly does not know that that occurred. At least that's what he's saying. He's lying to say, but he doesn't know that that happened. He's just like, I don't know. Like at some point it happened, I guess. And this guy's like, no, you folded him in. You did this. You did this. He's like, I'm trying to tell you what this is crazy. And so mountains out of molehills is the MO.
comment on what he said so far, and then we'll keep playing.
Just that's brilliant. Gold there.
Yeah, well, this was the part where I have a feeling that he was in a location that he shouldn't have been. And
wait, what?
Yeah, I was just trying to get it out of him because we know that he followed Charlie into UVU.
Wait, what location should he not have been?
Israeli embassy or something? I don't know.
Somebody in the chat, please, if you know that this theory, please help me. Where should Blake Neff not have been? I don't.
With Tyler Robinson in a parking lot somewhere.
I don't understand. I don't understand.
It's a joke, people. I'm not saying that's what happened.
No, it is what happened. You've made that positive assertion here on the Ricado Law Show.
I'm going to get sued
it
now. Thank you.
You heard it first. Jim tells you promised on this show. I can't. I have no idea. Like I can't even picture in Orem, Utah, where Blake is not supposed to be. Like, is he like trying to insinuate that he's having an affair with someone? Like, did he go to like a strip club? Did he go to like a secret FBI hangout? What did he do? Your mom's bed. My mom's bed is not in Orem, Utah, I don't think. Last I checked. So I don't think that's it.
It was in the SUV right behind him as they came through the car park. I would have
seen him complete random.
They must have met up somewhere. And there's about 2-hour gap there that we can't work out exactly where Blake went. So
for everyone that just joined in, Muppet, can you just explain who Blake Neff is again for people that missed it?
Yeah, Blake Neff is the producer of the Charlie Kirk show.
But again, so this is a typical red herring. What does it matter where he went for the 2 hours prior to the event? Now, unless he's going to assert that he met up with the obvious patsy, Tyler Robinson, and said, sorry, bud, you're going to take the fall for the murder of this person. You're going to go to prison for the rest of your life, maybe get the death penalty. But it's important.
He was getting the exploding microphone from the Mossad agent.
Right. Right. Like, what is the assertion? I just can't figure out like what he wants it to be. And I want to know what he thinks this guy was doing that he shouldn't be doing. Because that would explain it. If it's like, if his assertion is we have a 2-hour gap, he met with Tyler or he met with so-and-so to set up the assassination. Okay, just fucking say it then.
He actually doesn't work for TPUSA and he's not normally at campus stops with Charlie. So it's very unusual for him to be there as well, which is
Wait, what?
Another thing that he pushed on, that he was trying to help Charlie prepare the questions that the Mormons were likely to ask him. But that's not Blake's job either. So
do you want me to continue? I'll continue.
Okay. So he just said he doesn't work with Charlie Kirk, right?
That's what he said. He doesn't work for Charlie Kirk, and that he's not normally with them.
But on December 10th, he's currently a producer on the podcast The Charlie Kirk Show. December 10th of 2025, which would be after the assassination, right? That was September 11th or September 10th. But he used to work for Tucker Carlson.
Oh, now this is getting interesting. So Tucker was involved.
Let's see. Exposed. Blake Neff just showed exactly why people don't trust Turning Point USA anymore. That's true. I think that's true. So yeah, I don't know.
Wait, don't people call Mormons mountain Jews? Right?
No, I think mountain Jews are mountain Jews. I don't know if Mormons are mountain Jews. See, Stupid April coming in with relevant commentary. She says, I lived in Orem for 1.5 years. It's mostly Mormon temples that line the towns like casinos in Vegas. There's no trouble to get into there. No alcohol, no clubs, just long skirts and covered shoulders. Oh, it sounds like hell. Thank you, Stupid April, for helping us out with that. Utah is a place that every time I hear about it, I'm like, I literally never want to be there ever. Even if you're not looking for trouble, it just sounds overtly boring.
Do you have any questions?
Yeah, there's only a couple. I think it only goes for about 4.5 minutes.
Before we play the rest of it, does anyone else have any
literally
comments
an 8-minute
about what
clip,
we've heard so
so.
far?
Great
Yeah, no, I just want to say thank you from coming from down under and holding these assholes accountable.
Down under.
Thank you.
How did you hold him accountable?
You're welcome.
You just asked him questions he didn't know the answer to.
All right, Don, anything?
No, I want to hear the rest.
Okay, here we go.
Start following Charlie in your ride.
Don wants to hear the rest, but there's approximately 5 minutes left, and we don't know if he will live through it. Or wait, no, that's hours, I guess. We don't know if he'll live through the rest of this. He is very old. He's just a reminder. He's up here. He's the one that is currently desiccated.
I don't.
Yeah.
Like, again, you ask these are incredibly important questions, and the truth
They
is
are very important questions for details of the timeline of events for that morning.
Because it is an incredibly.
I love this too. These are irrelevant questions to the criminal case. Blake Neff is not an accused party. He's not an associated party. There's no indication that Blake Neff participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk or even really has any relevant information as far as we know. So when they're saying these are important questions, they're not. They don't understand what they're saying at all. There's nothing important about this because nothing that they've asked Blake Neff about his timeline, about where he was, etc., makes it more or less likely that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Not a single goddamn thing. And this is what happens over and over and over. They're like, well, what about this guy? It's like, what about him? No one said he even was there. Kane, member for 14 months, says the rebellious girls in Utah are wild, lots of fun. Well, that may be true, but I don't think I have Mormon girl fishing days ahead. Pants Maestro, member for 10 months, Pastalist for 10 months, says your handlers must be very happy with this show. They aren't. Actually, they're texting me right now. They're saying this, I'm not doing well.
Important question. That's
No,
why
you're
not answering
no,
it.
they have presented a single reason why this would be important.
I can tell you
Because
exactly
it fills
where
in
I
the
was.
timeline of events.
This is in his private.
Who is in your car? Questions that Mormons are going to ask. Yeah, we get that. That's fine.
Well,
Who else was in your
I like how someone just said it in the chat. No, you haven't presented a single reason why these are important questions. Very true.
car?
Without
Do you have
even
a
getting
security
into it,
guy with
but,
you?
Like,
I
if you
don't
run a
remember-
Can I ask one really specific question, Blake? There's I have a text exchange between Phil Lyman and a couple of other people, and he specifically states in that Tyler Boyer threatened him back in December, and he mentions you in the text exchange. Apparently, you
I've seen
contacted him after that.
forgotten about it, so I don't know off the top of my head what you're referring to.
Did you?
Hang on, can I just clarify?
Go ahead.
It was when Phil Lyman was in DC. Sarah
What
Rogers
does this have
was
to do
involved,
with Tyler Robinson?
and it specifically states that Tyler Boyer contacted Phil Lyman in December and threatened him. And then a day or two later, you joined into that same conversation, and there's no context. We don't know what the threat is. We don't know what the context of the conversation is. Can you clear that up?
I don't have any real memory of this, and I'd probably have
It'll be in your phone. You had text messages with Phil Lyman.
Yeah, but I don't want to pull up my
phone
text
calls with
messages
Phil
and
Lyman.
read them
It'll be
to
in
a
your phone.
faggot Australian.
Maybe you can come back to it, Blake.
Did
Do
he
you
say the guy
remember
joined the
my,
text message days
Okay,
later?
pause there for a
So there
second.
was a
Muppet, can
threat,
you-
right? And he said you joined the conversation 2 days later. Well, if you joined the conversation 2 days later, he's not going to have the conversation that happened before that 2 days, right?
Yeah, you'd think.
That's how that works, right?
I think so. But again, what does this have to do with Charlie Kirk's murder? And we don't know. Like they're not clear on it. So this is another thing with conspiracy theorists. Is when you get deep into conspiracy theory, and I don't say that pejoratively, I really don't. But when you get deep into conspiracy theory, you develop necessarily your own lexicon, your own set of accepted facts and parties and all of that stuff. And they build up, you need your own wiki for it to get introduced. And it's an excellent way to gatekeep the flow of information. They did the same thing with the trans movement, and the sexual orientation, gender identity movement. If people remember this would have been 10 to 15 years ago. But you notice the word cisgender came out of nowhere. No one had ever heard this term before. Like normal people never used the term cisgender in their life. They didn't know what it meant. And so all these people who have access to the special lexicon, the special knowledge, they're able to comment on this. And the moment you come in, you're like, and they're like, well, you're a cisgendered male. And you're like, I don't know what the fuck a cisgendered male even is. They're like, how could you expect to participate in this conversation? You don't even know the language. You don't know anything about it. And they gatekeep the conversation. They gatekeep the access to facts, the access to analysis, and they gatekeep the importance of opinions that way. It's the same thing with this. Like if you are not fully boned up on Muppet Mashers, 5,000 high quality hours of research, and you don't know like what Blake Neff was doing on a particular date, then how can you even fucking talk about Tyler Robinson, you piece of shit? And that's how this goes. And so I love this type of stuff. I love how these little micro movements develop and these communities build up around a thing. The best part is, guys, Tyler Robinson will go to jail for the rest of his life or be killed by Utah. Both of those are funny outcomes. That will happen. And the other thing that will happen is these guys will be talking about this stuff in this way for the rest of their lives. That will go on forever. They will never accept a different position because all of that information about what happened to Tyler Robinson is incorrect because it came from outside of the circle of knowledge. And that will be a hallmark of who they are forever. Every dinner party, everybody's going to have to be like, fuck, we have to listen to fucking Greg again and tell us about Charlie Kirk and how is all a setup. And like, they're going to have to think about that every time they invite them to Thanksgiving.
Tell everybody that's listening here who Phil Lyman is and what you're referencing.
Yeah, sure. Phil Lyman was running for Congress actually in Utah. Just after Charlie's incident is when he actually launched his campaign for the.
I want to address this real quick because this is a good comment from Jake Gajoff. He says, there's no fucking trust with the system. Get it? Yes. Believe me, none of you hate government more than me. I promise. Not a single one of you. I would have all of them executed. twice. I'd make them do it to themselves. I hate government. I hate everybody in it. I'm sorry. I just do. But he says, get it. So yes, I get that there's no trust within the system. I don't trust the government. That's why paving over a crime scene 2 days later and no exit wound for high-powered rifle are very real questions that have no real answers. No, the problem is that they do have answers. They do have answers, and they may not be great answers, right? But they are there. And we may not have heard them yet, whatever it may be. They will come out eventually. The question is, will you accept that answer or not? And I think you're saying no, because you said there's no trust with the system. And that's a fine thing. But you can't pretend like there aren't answers. And are there weird anomalies that have happened? Sure. Are they explainable? I mean, in some capacity, they'll be explained. You don't have to think that it's a good explanation or bad explanation. That's all up to you, brother. But just because there are weird things that happen doesn't mean that all the non-weird stuff of a very normal progression towards murder that we see didn't happen either. Like, one doesn't automatically beget the other. An error in the timeline or a curiosity like paving over the crime scene 2 days later, etc. That doesn't mean that the crime didn't happen there. And saying, why did they pave over the crime scene, skips a critical question. Was there anything there? And I know we can't know or whatever. But was there anything there that shouldn't have been paved over that would help us solve this murder? And I don't think paving over the spot where Charlie Kirk died would solve the question of, did Tyler Robinson pull the trigger from 140 yards away from where he died? Do you understand? Like, I hope you're following that. I'm not sure what physical evidence you're going to get from that spot. Is it weird? Yeah, but it might also be completely normal in what happened. So,
was it a plan, like something like being paved over? That would have been something that would have been planned like well in advance. Like they had plans to do it 2 months before this happened or something. Like if they just all of a sudden decided right after, let's pave this over real quick, then I might be like, well, that's kind of suspicious. You know, is suspicious. Like, why would you make that decision right after someone's killed there?
Maybe, but maybe the reason is, for example, and this is hypothetical, maybe an explanation is cleanup became difficult. It was bloodstained concrete. We couldn't get it washed out. Maybe there was damage to the concrete from the ruckus or whatever, and it became unsafe. There are reasons, and they are, that is one of the suspicious things. But the question is, what about the paving over tells us that Tyler Robinson did or didn't pull the trigger? And when you say, well, there's a cover up, it's like, no, you assume there's a cover up because you assume there's a relevant fact that got covered up there. What would that relevant fact be? Well, we don't know. Well, if you can't guess at it, if you can't take a stab and say it might be this, then that starts to hurt the assertion that it definitely was there, that there definitely was something. If you can't name what that is, and now maybe they can name what it is. I don't really care, because if that's relevant to the defense, they'll introduce it at trial, and if it's a scary question, the prosecution will have an answer, and then we'll get to assess it. But until we get to that point, going, well, what about this? What about it? What do you think was there that is no longer there? Because if it's blood or whatever, like, we know that Charlie Kirk was there. We know that he was shot there. We know that his blood was picked up there. We know there was DNA. Are you expecting to find other DNA there? Like, what is it? And those things have to be incorporated into the just asking questions. Because if you're just asking, well, what about this? The answer is, well, what about it? Tell me why I should care. And until you do, it's really not landing in the way people want it to. I'm going to really quickly play these super chats. So I won't mute you, Jim, but just stay quiet for a minute, or it'll echo really bad. Here we go.
How's about flat cam ruse? Just blast a bunch of blunderbuss bullshit at some dumbass who won't act right. It would have stopped my mass murdering ass.
Now, flat cameras definitely could have stopped him.
The Odyssey sucked, and affirmative defense is John's dead.
It really did. The Odyssey is not good. The Pants Maestro says, see, I make a funny joke and you have to make a crack about pasta. You're a bad man, Nick. Do better. I can't do better. I can't, just like Italians. I'm unable to. All right. Let's go back to this video here.
The congressional race, and luckily lost, but Phil Lyman was there on the day. He had a meet and greet with Charlie beforehand and had some photos taken. And there's a lot of people that are associated with Phil from the day. A lot of the eyewitnesses that claimed that Charlie was shot in the chest, they're all very closely associated with Phil Lyman.
Who cares that they say that Charlie was shot in the chest? You know why I say who cares? Because I watched a fucking video and I saw exactly where the bullet went. Right here. It didn't go into his chest. It was here. It was in his neck. And that's not a question. You can watch it happen. This is
George Zinn, the decoy. He's very closely associated with Phil. And there's quite a few people that played a key role on the day that were all associated with Phil Lyman. So I was very accusative at the start and thought Phil played some kind of role in this. And I ended up reaching out to Phil Lyman and we had some phone call conversations. And then it was, I had a bit of a falling out because
God damn it. K Creates For You says, you may have had bad experience with Aussies. No, never. Not once. But not all Aussies are fake from a fellow Aussie. You guys aren't fake. The land that you claim to live in is fake. We know that you guys all live, somewhere in Ohio, and that the government conspiracy is that Australia exists. But what they do is they just fly a plane out off the coast, have around the ocean for a while, and then they fly it back and they land you in Ohio and they call it Australia. Australia is too funny to be real. Like it can't be. Everything murders you there.
I found out Phil had lied to me, and I have a big issue with liars.
Wasn't the issue that he originally said the story was that his family member, I guess it was his aunt or cousin or somebody that lived across the street, had sent the ring cam footage to TMZ, and that
yes.
But then he came back and said that the police took his footage, that person's footage, his Phil Lyman's relative, and
yes,
told Phil to send it to TMZ. But he said that the footage was returned like a day or two after, and that the police told him to send the footage to TMZ. Which is that what the lie you're talking about? Because that footage was sent to TMZ.
Holy fuck, this is boring and esoteric.
Yeah, it was. The police came and collected the SD cards out of the camera, and they actually downloaded from another camera next door because they didn't have a SD card in it.
Ring cameras don't have SD cards.
Maybe they're using
goes up to the
ring.
clouds.
Maybe they're using ring camera colloquially, just saying like local mounted camera. But either way, I would expect the police to download the data from the cameras. Like I would expect that to be a thing. I'm honestly lost in this conversation. I think I might fast forward it a bit because this is so pointless. Stupid April says, do Aussies believe that being exiled in a penal colony make them lawyers? If so, please tell them they are actually just cactus. I think is what she wrote. It certainly wouldn't be cunt. You think it was what?
Cunts.
Cunts? Oh, yes. No.
They say it all the time in Australia.
No one would use that word around.
They use it all the time, and British use it, and Australians, and it's perfectly fine.
Yeah, silly cunt.
It's like they say, "Can I have a fag off you?" and it's a cigarette.
Oh, is that what they meant?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I did that wrong. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna fast forward this because this guy sucks. Guys, is a great show. This is the blackface guy is here. So maybe he'll explain his deep tan.
And your research on it.
Basically, my first kind of
run in with the event was just scrolling through my phone a video on X. I believe it was the 13 MP4, which is like the front view, but a little bit further away. And it just looked fake to me. Like my immediate reaction was like, oh, this is just, people that hate Charlie Kirk making some AI slop. So immediately I go and look for news articles, and then I see that, Charlie Kirk's shot. But then the very next thing my brain jumps to is that, he was obviously shot in the chest, and I thought he had like soft body armor on. And
that's
because I was trying to explain the shirt movement, like the very obvious thing is like, why does one shirt jump up, up around your face? Like it was a very strange movement of the shirt, especially the shirt collar. So
my man is looking fucking dirty. What is up with this guy? Holy shit. What's going on here, Adam? Does he have a skin disorder? Does anybody know the Real One podcast?
Maybe it's that thing. What is it? There's like a disease, that thing. Remember Ben Sass had it? They were talking about some kind of thing cause your face to like some kind of it's not monkeypox, but close.
Wow.
Something
Very
like
offensive.
Yeah.
Very racist.
Well, that's why they look like that.
They now?
Those people?
Oh my God. I didn't realize I was having this kind of conversation today. He's back. Okay. So again, everybody's confused about the shirt. Look, I'm not an expert on shirtiology. I'm not. But I know basic physics. I've explained this a bunch of times. That bullet, as it travels, is transferring a massive amount of energy into any of the air molecules that are ahead of it. And it pushes them around. And it's a supersonic round. So it's pushing past this sort of like, it's constantly creating like a little wave of pressure in front of the bullet, and it's pushing actually through that and then creating another and another and another, an infinite amount of them, effectively, just constantly doing that. And as it does that, anything traveling faster than the speed of sound does this and creates a shock wave as it breaks through that. And that shock wave makes a sound as it travels by you. That sound is later than what you would see, et cetera, et cetera. But there's an actual force being exerted on actual air that is present in the atmosphere that the bullet is flying through. In a vacuum, it would not do this, but we're not in a vacuum. Air is a fluid that moves, fluidic gas, whatever. And so that hits you. And something like a shirt, which is very thin and moves, might move because of how that happens. And it might move in very weird ways. It kind of depends. Now, he is hit here, and his shirt line is, like down. It's a t-shirt that he's wearing, so it's down a little lower. And so you kind of expect that the wave that's hitting it is one of those shock waves or whatever, kind of traveling downward, and it gets under the shirt or moves it around. Look, I'm not saying 100% that that's what happened, but I'm saying that it is an explanation that does happen. And when people say, I've never seen a shirt move like that, it's like, well, how many people have you seen shot in this way by a supersonic round, frame by frame? Because it's a really fast ripple. It's like 2 frames of time that his shirt just goes, and that's done after that. And that makes sense. The energy transfer is very quick. And though it is a lot of energy being transferred into the air doesn't have a lot of mass. So it's not transferring a ton of energy into the shirt, but enough to move a shirt. Like you can move a shirt by blowing hard on it. And this is going to be more pressure than a hard breath. So this shouldn't be a thing that bothers people. It does not mean that the microphone that was on the other side of his shirt exploded and had a curving explosion back into his neck. But I love this. He says, we know he was shot in the chest. No, we've all seen him be shot in the neck. But I guess their theory is that maybe that he gets shot in the chest and the neck is the exit wound somehow. Is that, are you familiar with this?
No, I thought he got you see the blood come spurting up out this way, like this come out of his neck.
I mean, I watched it today, and so the shot, it's above his clavicle, right? It's above that collarbone.
I mean, it wasn't like here. It was like here.
Yeah,
right?
it's. I'm probably pointing a little too high. It's
probably like right here.
Yeah, and I could see people being confused and thinking that it was on the chest because it's low on the neck, but I don't think that's what they're saying. I don't think that they're saying that that's an entry wound. I think they're saying he was shot in the chest separately from that. But that's just what I think. I don't know.
I have a background in body armor, so ballistic testing with body armor. So I understand
Okay, so what is your background in body armor? That would be interesting.
He bought a piece of body armor once.
Right, having a background in body armor doesn't tell me anything. So what is your background? Was Charlie Kirk wearing body armor that day? Does anybody? You and I were talking about this before.
Yeah, I thought he might have been simply because of the threats and stuff, like some soft body armor, just in case somebody took a shot at him with a pistol or something. I've never heard anything though confirming that he was wearing any type of body armor at all.
Right, I haven't heard that either, but I'm not saying that means he wasn't wearing it. I haven't really heard anybody talking about it. So someone says yes, another person, and then Pants Maestro says no vest, and then Rage Bronson says no, he was not wearing body armor, confirmed. Okay, so again, but I'm sure, here's the thing, your government source confirmed it, right? Like your handler confirmed it. This guy knows
how it moves, how it kind of reacts to impact. So I started to make a Python script that could give me an indication of where he was shot at, because through the
giant hole in his
deformation
neck kind of helps.
Of the soft armor, the layers, it's like a catcher's mitt. You know, the deepest point of deformation shows you where the impact was. So I thought I would be able to get an idea of where he was shot at, and try to explain, like, it had to be an edge shot, right? For the neck wound obviously wasn't a direct bullet impact. I knew that from the first time seeing it. Like, that wasn't a rifle impact directly to the neck. I thought it was a deflection. So my goal in making the first script that I ran was to figure out how close to the edge the bullet struck the soft armor, and to try to explain why the bullet kind of was deflected and struck his neck.
Right.
Soft armor
but it
wouldn't
didn't
have
take me
deflected
very
the
long to
bullet.
realize
If he was wearing a plate, it might have deflected.
Excuse me, sir. He has a background in body armor. How fucking dare you? You're going to question this man?
Yes, I will.
And, soft body armor, this is a high velocity round. Again, a lot of energy is
Wouldn't
not
have
going to
stopped it. It's
going to go through soft armor. That's the thing. To hope to stop a rifle round, you need a plate, and with ceramic, ceramic plates in there, and those don't always. They're not 100% either. These bullets are they're transferring a tremendous amount of energy into a tiny spot, and that point takes all of that energy. It's in the total, since the mass of a bullet is very small, even though they're traveling very fast, the total energy that they transfer is not much. That's why it's funny watching a movie and watching people get knocked over or knocked back by bullets. Those bullets don't carry anywhere near enough energy to launch a 200-pound man like 6 feet. They don't. But they have enough energy focused at a tiny point to puncture through skin, bone, other obstructions before the body. That's the damaging power of a bullet. It's not the total energy transfer. It's that all of the energy that it does transfer is in a very small space. And that's what penetrates the human body and causes the damage. But like, this isn't going to, his thing is like that this soft armor, which is a cloth that's designed literally to trap a bullet, not to deflect it. Like a Kevlar weave is designed to catch a bullet. That is going to deflect the bullet upward and into his neck is very, I don't know. That's a very strange sort of concept here.
He didn't have any armor on that day. The only thing that was underneath his shirt when he was sitting there was his cross pendant necklace and microphone. But I went ahead and ran the
Wait a minute,
I made. Cross pendant, any armor on that day. But it didn't take me very long to realize that obviously he didn't have any armor on that day. The only thing that was underneath his shirt.
Well, that was a waste of a conversation. We could have just waited a second for him to go, so I did this and it wasn't relevant. So let me tell you about that first.
He was wearing like
his
a chain,
pendant
though, right?
necklace and
yeah, well, he had his he had the microphone on, which had like a little bit of cord, you know, and apparatus to attach it to the shirt. And then he had some sort of chain on.
Depending on what the chain was made out of, if the bullet hit the chain, it could deflect it, deform it, cause it to break apart.
Yeah, and that's a thing that people may or may not realize. It's hard to know what people know about this stuff. Or a bullet coming into contact with anything exerts, an opposite force on it, equal and opposite, up to the point where that thing gives way to the force coming in, right? So the tensile strength of your skin will push an equal force back on the bullet until it punctures the skin, and then it'll go through. That's just how it works. And that's how it works with anything. Depending on the density of whatever you have, the material it's made of, like you said, sure. Yeah, I mean, it can cause, it can strip off part of this bullet. You got to remember that, again, equal and opposite reaction. So the force that the bullet would be exerting on a chain, which is sufficient to break it, the chain's exerting back on the bullet, and it could shear off parts of it. It could cause it to deflect in some way or whatever. But it's hard for us to know how that would work without knowing some real details about it. But it certainly opens up some possibilities.
And the microphone. But I went ahead and ran the script that I made for the soft armor, and it kept flagging the peak deformation, kind of the epicenter of the event underneath the microphone, around that right collarbone, which made no sense to me, right? It's the opposite side of his body.
So you wrote a shitty script, retard.
Slowed the video down, and you could see the kind of trajectory of the microphone clasp. It kind of crosses his center line, which made no sense to me either, right? Why is his left collar raising up around his face? And why is the magnetic clasp underneath his right collarbone crossing his center line, kind of towards the same trajectory?
Ken Krause asked me to read this chat, and I saw it. So he says, Tyler had his grandfather's gun with old ammunition. It was degraded in original photos, not polished. Trust me, shooting old ammo, I am questioning.
I don't know how old the ammo was. It was Remington Corlock 30-06 soft point. How old is that?
Right, and the other thing is, I don't want to assume what you're questioning. What are you questioning? Are you questioning that a round was even fired? Like, okay, they did find an empty shell casing in the rifle, right? Like that's an important thing. And the presumption would be that that was fired and that the bullet that was in that shell casing was transferred into Charlie Kirk, right? Like that's the presumption. But where is...
The gun was old, but the ammo I don't think was that old. I think it was hunting ammo that they bought. I mean, it's soft point ammo. It's what you use for hunting.
Right. But I mean, yeah, and so I just want to know what they're questioning. What is it that you're questioning? Because I don't want to assume that like you have a certain opinion or not. So what is it? Juggalo Debo over on Rumble says he was deep inside Erica's tasty snatch. Would you tell a faggot that you're fucking Charlie's wife? Oh, damn. Yeah, I think that'd be the best person to tell is your gay best friend. Right? Jim, would you do that? Would you tell a homosexual if you're plugging Erica Kirk? Like, would you be like, hey, guess
I
what?
would tell everybody if I was plugging her.
This would not be a government secret. Okay, guys?
Trajectory where we see the neck wound. So that immediately, it wasn't even a year before that we had the Lebanese pager attack. So immediately in my mind right away, I was like, all right, this could be a modified electronic device, right? That we're witnessing. Like
yes.
That we're the rifle.
Guys, I can answer this question definitively. It isn't. There. I will save you all the thought that you have on it being an exploding modified microphone made by Jews or otherwise, it isn't. It isn't. That's not what it is. It's not what happened. I promise. You can take that to the bank. You can take it to the courthouse. You can take it to your mom, show her your homework. It didn't happen. It's not it. And that's going to be something that people are going to need to get around, because no one's going to bring that theory to court. No lawyer on the defense is going to stand up there and be like, we're going to talk about shaped charges inside Rode microphones today, made by Australian Jews. Rode also being a fake company, we know, because it's from Australia. But that's what we're going to talk about. No defense lawyer is going to do that, because there is no credibility to this theory. It's not how physics works. It's not how shaped charges works. It's not how any of this shit works. Can you put an explosive inside some sort of alleged electronic device? Sure, of course you can. You can put an explosive in anything. You can put it in people if you want. But that's not what happened here, because we know really easily what did happen here. A bullet went into his neck. They found the bullet, like they pulled a bullet out of his body. That happened. And I don't know why this is a hard thing for people to understand, but the alternative theory, I guess, is that he died and then someone went in and planted a deformed mass of lead inside of his body, and it didn't get in there on, any other way. It went in this weird way. That's the strange way a bullet gets in, and that's going to need explaining, because the other way the bullet gets in is it got fired out of Tyler Robinson's gun and went into Charlie's neck. That's the easy way. That's the one that makes sense. It's a simple answer. If you've got a weird fucking answer about how that got in there without being shot out of a rifle, you're going to have to come up with evidence for it. And until you do, you don't need to be worried about an exploding mic. If you can't explain how that bullet got in there in a reasonable way that is intelligible, researchable, that the court will listen to, then you're not going to be worried about an exploding piece of electronics.
Did somebody find bits and pieces of an exploded mic somewhere?
The microphone shattered. His lavalier mic that was over here shattered. And people are like, how could that happen? It's like, well, again, there's a bunch of energy transfer going on when this shot hits. I don't know what shattered means. I don't know like how badly damaged it was. I don't know if the clip got blown off his shirt when his shirt deformed or whatever, but the microphone sustained some sort of damage, and we'll probably see that at trial. Like, that will be brought up. But what is probably not going to be brought up, if I had to guess, from the defense, is a theory that Jews put explosives in his Rode microphone and murdered him because he doesn't like Ben Shapiro anymore.
So if he had a mic on this collar here, right?
Yes.
That exploded.
Right.
Wouldn't there be like a burn mark here or some kind of damage on him here, not over here?
Yeah, see, now you're getting into trouble. One, the theory is that this becomes then an exit wound for the explosive charge, which must have entered over here somewhere.
Well, then there would be some damage on his body here, correct?
But that's covered up, I'm sure, by the government. The other thing is people have asserted that there are burns, because there's a nipple picture of Charlie Kirk, very hot. There's a nipple picture, and then there's some discoloration on his skin. Now, that discoloration kind of looks like dried blood or like drying blood to me. I don't know what it was. I wasn't there, but it kind of looks like drying blood.
It could also be like when like if, depending on how they loaded him in a car, they might have put him so that the wound was up so they could hold pressure on it or something like this. So if he's laying like this, then you get pooling of blood. When you're dead, the blood pools pretty fast and you get discoloration. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just giving an example of what could have happened.
To me, it looks similar to blood fountained out of his neck, landed on his chest, and kind of just, as they moved him around or whatever, it's going to go in different ways, and it kind of left its mark. Now, some people, though, claim that image is not of blood, but that is of a burn, and that the burn is an indication that the microphone exploded, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think that's true. Based on what I've seen, it looks quite a bit like the kind of leftover blood you would expect from blood that kind of fountained and then trickled down his body and dripped off or whatever. Like, it kind of looks like that to me. So I can't say definitively, obviously. I don't know. But I don't think I saw anything to indicate that there was an explosion. There's no indication of a separate entrance wound. This relies on a lie being told about Charlie Kirk's alleged, like, about the state of the body. And if you're willing to believe that everybody's lying about it, then you can believe, sure, that that this other thing happened. But you have to believe that the thing that's going to be examined by everybody, both the prosecution and the defense and the jury and everybody online who's looking at it, if it comes out, that they're going to just completely lie about what happened to his body for some reason and assume that that will never be discovered, even though it almost certainly will be discovered at trial if they're lying about it. So, like, we have to wonder why they're doing that. Like, what is the purpose of it? And guys, like, do you think that if they did lie about it, they said, no, Charlie was definitely shot in the neck, and then we get to trial and the defense presents an autopsy that says there's a hole right here and a travel path where shrapnel could have gone through and blown out of his neck, that people aren't going to believe it because they didn't say it earlier? Like, do we think that people won't take that information and go, holy shit, like, that actually did happen? Of course I would. You know, if you show me that, you get a medical examiner to tell me about the travel path of shrapnel and how it burst out through his neck, and you just show it to me, I'm easily willing to accept that could be what happened. But it isn't. Like, that's not what happened. They have a medical examiner report that confirms what we saw, which is a bullet go into a neck. And that's the tough thing to get around here. To get around these questions, you have to assume that you're being lied to. And if you're being lied to, how do you have access to the special correct information that no one else has access to? How does that happen?
Shot obviously didn't impact him anywhere because we didn't see any ballistic evidence of a rifle impact where Charlie was. Though we heard a rifle.
I mean, we saw a ballistic impact in his neck, and then it fountains blood right after.
Shot. But outside of that, like, there's no evidence that Charlie was struck by a rifle. So I just had to piece together from the few video angles that we had to try to kind of reconcile the data that was clear, right? The shirt balloons, the magnetic clasp moves across his chest in a trajectory that's similar to where the neck wound appears, and his shirt collar raises up around his left side of his face. And we get a neck wound that has delayed bleeding. It's a kind of a rectangular shape.
I'm sorry. We have a neck wound that has delayed bleeding. It bleeds immediately. It fountains blood out in less than a second, in a colossal amount of it. Again, it's very disturbing. I've watched the videos of 30-06 rounds entering animals and stuff. They don't burst out blood typically because you're not hitting a carotid artery and a jugular, right? Like, you're not hitting those typically when you're shooting an animal. So that's, it, or at least in the videos that I saw, they were hitting more body mass. And so you're not going to get the same thing. But, like, delayed bleeding, he bleeds immediately and catastrophically. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. K Creates For You says, fragments of microphone found in SUV. Thank you for sharing that. And again, I'm always willing to look at evidence.
Maybe when they threw him in the SUV, it smashed the microphone.
Right. Well, and also we know that his chain was allegedly broken by the bullet, right? Anything in this area is subject to a bunch of different energies being put on it. Like, that's just true. Who knows? But yeah, the microphone could have been shattered by other things after the shot. Absolutely. It could have been damaged by the shock wave that is accompanying the bullet. Like, I don't, there's a lot to unpack there, but we'll get some info on it. Sledge Entertainment. Nick, I'm late. You're gay. I'm thankful I never watched that video of Charlie. I didn't want that picture in my mind. It's a bad one. Like, it's tough to watch. And I gotta watch cartels deal with people. Like, I don't, I can handle some rough stuff, but there's a bunch of other stuff that makes that kind of terrifying. Assassinations are scary. I mean, especially if it's, I'm not a speaker like Charlie Kirk is, but I do public events, and I do publicly speak from time to time. And that's one where you go, holy shit, like that could be me in some way.
Yeah, the only video I've seen ever that I think was more graphic was, there was one where a guy was like laying on the ground and some guy walked up and shot him. It was like a video. It was on the internet for a while. It was like some gang shit where a guy with like an AK, like Draco, walks up and just claps him right in the head, and his head just goes all over the place.
Gross.
It was like, oh my God, that was bad.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen people get macheted and chainsawed to death because I'm a disturbed individual, but like, it's that stuff's hard to watch. Nazar says, any exploding mic experts in the chat? They like to compare the mic theory to pagers in the Middle East. CNN even fired someone for joking about it, which just goes to show that it's more likely to happen.
Like a medium velocity impact, more like a impact you would expect from like a shrapnel, a secondary event from an explosion. So taking all that data together and having a real world example.
And again, what are you talking about? Like, this guy's like, oh, it looks to me like a medium velocity impact, like shrapnel from an explosion. How many of those have you seen? Where are you getting this? Where is this guy's expertise from? He just said, I have a background in body armor. Okay. Are you an explosive scientist too? Like, what the hell? Multidisciplinarian over here.
Ago that, electronic devices were modified and detonated remotely. My mind immediately went that the microphone had to have something to do with it, and that kind of started it all.
Has Candace credited you at all, or have you talked to Candace?
I mean, I don't know if he's the guy that came up with it, but he did come up with it for him. So I don't know if this is the guy that came up with it, that all exploding mic theory, that he's the primogenitor of, like, then I'm even more satisfied with it.
Yeah. I've my first interaction with Candace is when she showed the SUV pictures, but it was when she was very candid about showing them. She was saying they were too glory, and I asked her if there was black glass or plastic fragments in the floorboard, and she immediately said yes, and she shared those images.
Holy shit, black.
And so that's kind of started our going back and forth. And she's mentioned my name several times. She
good.
Sean.
If you want to know what's going on right here, this is it. This is it. Homegirl John is being mentioned by Candace Owens. This is probably the greatest thing in his entire life. This is the most exposure he's ever had. And so now he's like, yeah, I remember the first time Candace mentioned me. It's like, all right, buddy, you get it, queen. I'm proud of you. Booge McFadden says, I argued IRL and online and on stream with people. When you fire a gun, when did you fire a gun last, etc. I saw Charlie got shot in the neck with a bullet. He couldn't live. Yeah, I don't know. You don't have to be a doctor to watch that video and go, I don't see how anyone survives that at all. If you had a trauma surgery team present who could immediately somehow stanch the bleeding and get a blood transfusion going, but probably not, because it's destroying these critical avenues of blood flow to the brain, between the brain and the heart, which is why he died so fucking fast. Also, any sort of damage right above the aortic valve of the heart that pumps the blood up this way to your head, if you damage this and puncture any of the large arteries or veins there, you're talking about death within under a minute, full on death. You're done. There's not much at all you can do to stop that. unless you can somehow stop the bleeding immediately and reconnect those things really fast. Because not only do you need to stop the blood loss, you need to be able to get that blood flowing up into the brain again. So it's a mess.
Ron show, she specifically said my name, and then she's mentioned me several times on her show. She's given me all credit for it.
That's
but
good to hear.
and her style, she's
Great
kind
to
of
hear.
like a
I'm proud of him.
it's like a narrative that she builds. It's kind of, she slow rolls her crowds into the final kind of outcome of what she's working to. And so,
Default Anonymous says, at Mr. Brennan, okay, whatever. This entire bullet issue will be what gets Robinson off. Also, fuck you. Take care. Bye. I mean, that was, I don't know what happened in the chat before that, but I liked it. I like that was passionate. Again,
I saw somebody, I think it was Owen Benjamin or somebody making a big deal about the testimony at the primary, probable cause hearing, that the ballistic expert said that the case, that like the bullet jacket was frangible, which, and he's like, they don't make they don't make the frangible bullets. It was not a frangible bullet. It's like, no, the bullet wasn't frangible. The jacket is frangible. It's made to basically peel apart and deform as the bullet deforms. It's not intended on like staying that way. That's what she meant. I understood it. He didn't, and it was like weird. Like, you're making a fucking big deal about something like dumb.
yeah, and a lot of these things do come from misunderstandings. Like, let's remember that all of this, by the way, this guy's entire exploding microphone theory comes from the fact that he wrote a Python script to watch the video, and the Python script determined the point of impact to be on the right side of his chest rather than the left side of his neck. That's where his entire exploding mic theory comes from, is that he wrote a Python script to look at this. Now, is that open source? Like, do we trust that this guy wrote an accurate script? What if he flips some numbers and it's just on the wrong fucking side? Like, I have no reason to believe that this guy's Python script is better than my goddamn eyes. My eyes see a wound right here. My eyes don't see one over here anywhere. And no one else seems to be talking about that. But this,
we don't even know how many Python scripts this guy wrote before. Maybe it was the first time he ever did it. Maybe he sucks at coding.
Right. I could write a Python script and it would tell you the wrong answer right now. But it's amazing that it's like this entire microphone theory that Candace Owens is being pushed off of is because John Aaron Bray, who has a background in body armor, which is weird, that he wrote a Python script to analyze a video. And that's all we know about it. It's amazing.
You may see 4 episodes of her talking about it, but when she originally kind of introduced the idea, she definitely credits me.
Well, that's good to hear, because that doesn't always happen.
I want to know who Greg's talking to right now.
In my work in JFK assassination research and 9/11, all that stuff, typically the bigger names don't always.
I just want to know the script he wrote. Was it Life of Brian
where
or
they got some
Holy
of the
Grail?
evidence.
Wait, what?
I want to know if it was Life of Brian or Holy Grail, the Monty Python script he wrote.
Yeah. I like how this guy's like, yeah, the bigger names in these conspiracies don't always name us smaller guys. Sure, Don, for all the good work that you do.
From. So we're going to go back. We got a lot of Adam, the Real One podcast. Welcome to the show. Tell us about,
you can't
how
see the
long
chat
you've been
from their
working on
screen.
this. And I assume this is your specialty too.
So I guess I guess I got started just right after all this happened. I'd always thought about doing this for years, wondered what I would, what kind of topic, subject, what kind of material. And then, after what happened to Charlie, I was watching a lot of different creators, and I thought, you know what, I guess now is just as good a time as any. I really like all that long form stuff, your Baron Coleman's and the 2 and 3 hour podcast, but a lot of people don't have time for all that. So I try to kind of condense that, pick all the little, condense it down for those that can't sit through a 3 hour podcast. So.
Well, that's great. It's great to have you.
Is this guy just permanently filleting a diesel truck exhaust? Like, what is going on with his complexion? I don't get it. I don't think he's black. Would they let a black guy on?
I put a picture in the private chat, which I think he might be suffering from the same thing Ben Sass has. It's the only thing I can come up with.
Okay. And Nazer says, do you envision a world where Candace will say she was wrong? Never mind, she's a woman. Damn. That seems sexist. I don't know about that. In the private chat, let me see. Where the fuck is the private chat? Here we go. Let me take a peek at this. Maybe that's like the fucking Sam Raimi's Evil Dead disorder.
So whatever, that's that former senator.
Greg Lake, I didn't want to leave you out. You were here last time, so I wanted to get the people that weren't here before. So great to have you back on. I don't know if we asked you last time about how you're an attorney.
Oh, I can't wait. We're finally going to get to hear from the entheogenic Esquire. Now, I've never heard the term entheogenic before. Have you heard that? Are you familiar with it?
No.
Yeah, I love language. I want to look at what entheogenic means. Entheogenic. Okay, it's the adjective form of entheogen. It's derived from the ancient, I don't care. It's a psychoactive substance used to induce spiritual, mystical, or religious experiences.
Oh, he takes that.
He's a mushroom lawyer. I love this guy immediately.
I was thinking DMT, but whatever.
Yeah, DMT, mushrooms, ayahuasca, whatever it is. It doesn't matter. I'm on his side.
He's taking all of it. He's taking all of it.
Ketamine queen. Now we're sharing the same dreams.
Now, if he would have said he was ethno-ingenic, I would have believed it.
Entheogenic. So this guy, you know what? That explains why he looks like this. That is the look of an LSD-centered attorney. Trust me, I've seen it in the mirror dozens of times.
You were asking who he was talking to earlier. He was talking to the machine elves. He's got all the answers now.
Holy fuck, he is. He's like, who wasn't I talking to? He's talking to JFK right now. He's helping him solve this. So oh man, I'm so happy about that. That's
funny. How you got started down this path.
Tell us about it, Greg.
Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk.
You know, man, I had been checked out of politics for about 20 years and kind of doing my own thing. And when I first saw this event go down, when I heard that they were alleging a 30-06 to the neck, being from Northeast Texas, and
wait a minute. Joe Schmo, you're only helping his credibility. I want him to be credible. You misunderstand me. I think this is great.
A deer hunter, like, automatically thought something's not right there. And then they had this immediate political posturing on leftist furry agenda, right? That didn't strike me, no. And then I learned that the Hunter Kozak was asking him some trans violence question at the time of the incident. It all didn't sit right with me. And then once enough evidence came out to suggest that this was not as it seems, I made a commitment.
I thought he was asked a gun violence question.
Share with the public.
I think he was asked. You're talking about Greg here?
No. He said he was that Charlie was being asked a trans violence question. I swear it was about gun violence.
I have no idea. I'll take your word for it. Or I
can't remember. Maybe I'm wrong.
I'll take both of your words for it. Maybe it was a trans gun violence question. So like it was knife violence that wanted to identify as gun violence.
I journey to the truth and try to offer my perspective as a lawyer through the court case, in furtherance of those endeavors. So that's kind of how I got here. Thanks for asking, Don. Hope you're doing well.
No, it's great to have you. I wanted to ask you, I'll just throw this around. I was watching last night, Patriotic Housewife. I mean, there's so many people that are coming. And she I don't know if you guys are familiar, but I was fascinated. The more, I don't know if you saw about the Turning Point USA and the libertarian, I forget the name of the libertarian, but it's associated with Turning Point USA, that they were giving these parties with a lot of underage girls there and letting them drink, and they had strippers on stage. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, yeah.
The underage girls were the strippers.
What are your thoughts on that? I mean, that was a little. Matt Gaetz was supposedly there, which, given the allegation,
given the allegations against Matt Gaetz, we know there were underage strippers there, and he was having sex with all of them and the boys. Look, I'm not deeply entrenched in big politic or whatever, so I don't go to like.
You don't get invited to the State Department for special passports and stuff like that.
Well,
No.
listen, that happened a little bit differently than that. Wasn't politically related at all. That was a personal connection. That said, I won't be discussing that.
I'm just fucking around.
No, it's fine. But like, I don't go to like, CPAC or any of those places. I don't get invited to those things. But I know people who do. And I've heard some great stories. Like I've heard, it's like, oh, I could probably get along there just fine if I wasn't on probation. That'd be fine. But like, there's degeneracy that goes on in any event full of, you got to remember a lot of these people are actually fairly young. And a lot of these people, it might be okay for them to sleep with random people. Like they might not be otherwise attached. A lot of them are in college or just out of college. They're interning, etc. There's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of energy. Liquor is flowing. Other substances may be present, etc. Depending on what after parties you're attending. Yeah, there's definitely degeneracy that goes on. But to get up there and be like, yeah, also Turning Point was doing these parties with underage strippers. Like, holy fuck, bro. That's a wild allegation for an overtly Christian organization such as Turning Point. Like, and like to just come out with that and to say, yeah, well, we know this is going on. How the fuck do you know that? Like, tell me all about it. I can't imagine that is part of the official, that strippers are part of the official TPUSA event behind closed doors. And that would definitely come out, by the way. The first person to get fired is telling the story of the underage strippers at TPUSA. That is happening. That would be a card you could hold forever.
Which I defended him from a long time ago, but it was odd that he was there. And
I'm always the way I've always looked at that stuff. Now, obviously, underage and contributing and all that, that's a different thing. But as far as just partying in general, if you want to do that, that's fine. Just let everybody know.
What's going on with his arms?
Don't be hypocritical.
He doesn't
about
look
it.
like he has arms.
He just
the
has
guy
them,
with the
he has them pulled back.
They're missing almost. It looks like he's armless.
You can see on his shirt is stretching. He's just kind of
He's got like little alligator.
He's like
arms
grabbing I think he's nervously grabbing the arms of his chair.
Oh, like this.
Like that's what I've got
behind.
right now.
Okay,
I'm holding onto my chair like I'm giving.
I just thought it was like something weird going on here.
Let's see. Default Anonymous says, "Hey Nick, they say being gay is not a choice. I maybe explain why God never made gay mentally challenged people. Our word YouTube doesn't like. Wait. Oh, that's because all people with Down syndrome like tits. Like they're not.
You see that girl? There was a meme of that girl saying that on like a really hot girl at a bar saying, they all like.
They do. It's funny. Like I didn't know this, and then I started like looking into it. That's a real thing. All Down syndrome people like they love boobies. Like they're the funniest thing. And I mean, I think it's because deep inside all of us do. Women only think they don't love tits until they until they're free to like kind of explore that. Then they're like, you know what? These are great. These are really, really fantastic things. God nailed it on that one. When he's like, I'm going to give women these cool little bumps. And some of them are going to be giant. Everybody's going to love it. It's going to be great.
And
Yeah.
act like we're better than you because we don't.
It doesn't
do these
fit with
things.
their public agenda. I don't think.
There's a guy, Matt Tucciaroni, who used to work for
Matt
TPUSA
Macaroni.
in Arizona, who's made the podcast rounds a few times, and he's openly homosexual. Really nice guy, as a matter of fact. But he says that there's a lot of underground, homosexuality going on within TPUSA. And I think that a lot of it has to do with compromising people.
Hunter
in their
Biden
own
just talked about the
organization, meaning that they bring
closet mafia or whatever, right? The whole
Yeah, I 100% believe that there's a bunch of homos in all of these organizations. But here's the thing. There have to be. You can't not hire a homosexual because they're homosexual. Even if they are Republican, you got to hire the log jamming Republicans. You have to do that. You can't not hire them and be like, sorry, we don't allow the gays in Turning Point. You will get sued into fucking oblivion. I don't think it's that big of a deal, though. Like, just because you hire homosexuals does not mean that everybody's sucking cock. Just most of them. Plus, I think they're overlooking the reality of the bro job. Right? Like, it's not gay to suck your friend's dick when he needs it. You haven't heard that?
You know what they say? You build one bridge.
And if you're a woman, it collapses. Sorry, that was that I-35 bridge in Minnesota. It's still cold. Like, that's still sensitive.
Bring these people in, get them involved in like under the table homosexual or other devious acts, and then use that as kind of, and this all allegedly, as kind of like a method to control people within the organization. It's right. All, if it's true,
you get butt fucked and then they control you with it. We're going to tell your dad that, yeah, you got pounded in the ass and you liked it. I believe that happens. I don't know if it happens at Turning Point USA, but I believe that does happen. That's a real thing. That's true. They do it in prison, right? Like that's part of the prison like thing is they will assault someone in a way that it'll get reported like that, because then they'll have to call like the person's baby mama or emergency contact, and they know that she's going to go blab to all her friends about how her dude got violated in prison. And
I've heard stories about people like they'll beat somebody up and then spit in their ass or something like that. Then it gets reported as they were raped because of bodily fluids. And
yes, 100%. Yeah. First they'll eat some hot Cheetos first. When they spit in there, it's got that little bit of spicy, so you get the fire ring going. But yeah, it's they do that because putting that fluid into a body orifice gets reported. They get rape kitted, and that rape kit gets reported to their emergency contact. And yeah, the entire idea is that she will then go to the hood and spread the word to all of his homies that he got raped in prison. And then when he gets out, he gets made fun of tremendously, which is the funniest thing. Like, honestly, holy shit. Like, that's elaborate. And that's why chili ramen is like the most popular flavor too. They'll use a ramen seasoning if they don't have hot Cheetos.
It's a very sick system that they have going over there.
Yeah, no, it is. And I just, again, it's because it doesn't, Blake Neff, as we were talking about him earlier, wasn't he fired for somewhere for
for being terrible and racist. Yeah.
Tucker fired him.
Tucker fired him. That's right. Yes.
Yeah. Tucker fired him for being racist.
He also worked for the Stu Peters show.
That's what
and
they
got
say.
fired from there as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This guy sounds funny.
So it's incredible. So how do we?
I talked to Blake Neff the other day, actually.
Attorney.
Yeah.
Now
I was on a Twitter Spaces that Blake Neff was on, and I briefly talked to him. And I said, "Good job with all of the homosexuality and the racism." And I'm just kidding. I didn't say that, but I will next time. And you can take that to the bank.
Have a break until September when they come back, but
yeah.
How did you think the defense did during the preliminary hearing? Because again, we talked about the one time definitely where they should have jumped up and cross-examined on the timestamp and the Discord chat and all that.
Yeah. Okay. Again, what do you mean they should have jumped up and cross-examined on the timestamp in the Discord chat? What the fuck does he mean? That's not a thing. That's not how cross-examination works. Cross-examination is not a jump up and do it thing. What is he talking about? Do you have any idea?
Well, there supposedly there was a timestamp on a Discord chat that was after Tyler supposedly turned himself in, but that could be because of where they got it from. Maybe it was in Pacific time, a different time zone could have caused that, and they know that. It could have been, you know what I'm saying? You know how it works with
Yeah.
the internet, depending on where it comes from, what server it's on, it's going to have a different timestamp. Or it could be that he had to program for an automated message to go out, like at a certain time.
Right.
Because we know he did that because he did that with the message that went to what's his face, Gay Furry,
Lance.
Twigs. That it was it's automated message. I meant to delete that. So
Lance Twigs, really? Lance Twigs, like penetrate faggot? Like that's literally his name is comical if you think of him as a gay bottom, right? Like Lance Twigs. Yeah, that makes sense to me 100%. Okay, so there's something, but they're suggesting they should have like leapt up and cross-examined them. And again, I guess these guys don't realize this. There's not a lot of point in cross-examining at a probable cause hearing unless your cross-examination can make a fact impossible, indisputably not happening, which you almost can never do. There are very few things that can do that. But other than that, it's probable cause. Your cross-examination, your undermining of whatever, isn't going to win. They get all the deference. They get all of the things. There's no reason for the defense to do that. And they're like, well, we wanted the defense to do it. Why? It's pointless at this point.
Do you think that they will break tradition with all the other trials like this we've had, going back to the Lindbergh baby trial, where they get this kind of representation where they're not even as good as a public defender? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. So, and I've tried to withhold,
despite my best efforts to malign Nestor as the worst attorney I've ever seen, and also unable to count calories. Despite my efforts, I get emails from attorneys in Utah who say, look, the Corey Richens trial was a tough trial because you got a bad fact scenario, but Nestor is an extremely good attorney, well accomplished. Now, I don't believe these. I don't believe them because I haven't seen evidence of it personally. However, like, these are people who work with this person telling me she's good. She's actually really good.
maybe those were prosecutors and they were like, she's the greatest public defender there is. We love her.
No, it's just like they say she's good at what she does. She's thorough. The problem with Corey Richens was that bitch was so guilty. It was obvious how guilty she was. And the stack of evidence they had against her was tremendous. There wasn't much that Nestor could do. Her fashion choices were their own crime, but that's separate from her representation. So far, her representation of Tyler, I mean, she's being fucking annoying, doing some of this annoying stuff that the defense does, trying to just muddle some things and delay things, whatever. But it's not bad representation. She hasn't done anything that's harming his case. It's just she's annoying and she doesn't make great arguments from what I've seen. But you're not going to keep hearsay evidence or other evidence out of a probable cause hearing. It's coming in. There's nothing you can do about it. It's going to come in because that's how probable cause works. Inadmissible evidence at trial can be used at probable cause hearings because that's the purpose is to say, do we have the grounds to make the arrest and bring the charge? Not proving out the conviction. That comes later. So I don't know. It remains to be seen. It remains to be seen. Like you said, you said the guy that she's working with, is that the older guy with like the ponytail, or does he have a ponytail? No, I'm thinking of a different case. I was thinking of that lady cop who got shot. That Mike Matei or whatever. He had a ponytail. Mike Matei? It doesn't matter. No, there was like an older guy. It wasn't the guy in the Corey Richens trial, the young like Latino guy. that's not him.
This is a guy I'd say that's in his 50s or 60s. He's
yeah. Not old, but older.
Yeah, just old, not like old. Like some you see some lawyers that are in their 80s up there.
Yeah, well, like Harpootlian, right?
He's old.
The Murdoch case. Like he's like, I remember each of you justices from when you were born. I was there. I was holding your mama's hand. He has your head popped out and crowned. Right? Like that guy's ancient. But no, but I haven't seen him do anything yet, personally.
Hold a firm judgment on that as long as I can. But, I had a colleague of mine, Charles Carey, on a live stream on my channel a few days ago, and he's very experienced. He's been a state prosecutor and he's been a federal public defender before. And so, I got his take on it. And yeah, he's at a loss too to understand how they could have, their performance is unexplainable in terms of they're actually trying to do their job. So like now people are wondering, well, are they actually in on this operation?
Yes.
Doing that bad? And to what degree? So yeah, no, I do not think that they are. I think they're keeping with tradition. Yeah.
Any of you other guys or any
wait a minute. So does he believe that they're in on it or not?
No, not me.
Just looking at somebody mentioned riffraff as one of the common riffraff. I'm looking.
Steve Cameron has said, I think nothing in this entire podcast so far. So I'm really liking that. His appearance here is great. It's very encouraging.
Looking at it and but this is the way it always happens. Again, it goes back to if you read what Hauptmann's trial for the Lindbergh baby kidnapping. He didn't get a defense, and all the way through. The surviving brother, the Sarnev brother, whatever, the Boston bombing trial, and
wait, what?
The Batman Aurora killing, and
what? Wait a minute. So he went the Lindbergh fucking trial, which is 120 years ago or something like that. It was like what 1910, 1915, somewhere. It was like, oh no, I'm sorry. It was after. Was it before World War One?
I don't know. It was a long fucking time ago. He's got that, and then he's going to Tsarnaev, the Boston Marathon bombing. It's like, wait, do people think that they didn't do it? The Tsarnaev brothers? Like, is that there? And then now he's going to Batman Aurora killing. That was the Aurora Theater where the guy like walks up to the front of the theater during the Batman movie with a 12 gauge and he just starts pumping rounds in the audience and he murdered a bunch of people. Wait, are we doubting these events?
They are, clearly.
Doubt everything. Hashtag nothing is real. Holy fuck. Nazer says, yes, it was trans related. He wrote furry-ish on a bullet. Okay. Well, that's the trans related gun violence we were talking about earlier.
He wrote that Ciao Bella thing about the Antifa song on the bullet too, on one of those bullets. So I mean, like, I think this is like trans Tifa type of thing, really.
I think the least likely thing is someone with his inverted chin using a Dremel or having one or using one. Like, right? Like, I don't expect him to be able to use any power tool of any kind that doesn't go inside of an anus. I mean, I guess a Dremel could do that. That would hurt, though, I would think.
Jared Lee Lofner, the Gabby Giffords. I mean, all the ones where they survive, which isn't all that often. It turns out that they don't get any kind of representation. And there's never, do we know, did Tyler Robinson, because we hear all kinds of things, he confessed 1 million times and one side says, but did he plead?
They didn't say 1 million times. I think there are 2 admissions. I've seen 2 admissions to Lance, based in, it's part of the same admission, but there are 2 statements that are clear admissions. And then allegedly there's an admission to his parents. Those are the 2 admissions. I don't think there's 1 million confessions that they're talking about. What?
Guilty or is he?
Yeah.
He pled not guilty.
Yeah, he pled not guilty. So what we found out later, what we found later is that, he did not in fact confessed to his parents. He's definitely not confessed to law enforcement officials. And let me say this, I think, the thing is that the attorneys that Tyler Robinson has are otherwise qualified and competent. I mean, I can see that in their, where they are doing good stuff, right? And so there has to be some force, in my opinion, behind the scenes that are either telling them to do this.
The force is he really looks guilty. Like, that's the force. That's the hard thing about this case.
Or some suggestion to not go full force, because there's no other way to explain why they're getting inadequate representation, at least in this case, I feel.
And they're not getting inadequate representation.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, hey, first, Adam. Hey, man, good to meet you.
You too.
Kind of in person. Thanks a lot for getting this together. I want to give a shout out to Brett Booth too.
Yeah. Just a reminder that Steve Cameron dreams of Cox. So I wanted to put that out there. That is a factual statement. He does dream of Cox.
Yes.
Getting all this together as well.
I always say he's the man. He's the man.
Thank you, Brett.
Greg, yeah, I do have a quick follow-up with that. I don't or anybody, this is to anybody. Have you been noticing the way this is being spun on social media? With
yes.
So for instance, why didn't the defense cross Agent Brian Davis? And then you have people in the comments saying, if there was anything to it, the defense would have said something. Or now there's exactly, right? And also,
if there was anything to it at a pretrial probable cause hearing, that's different than if there's anything to it at trial. That's where they'll cross him. They'll cross him at trial.
There's this is kind of like one of the newest things. Researcher Diligent Denizen, he went to the Cowboys Smokehouse and interviewed the employees and has them on video. I don't know. Have you seen this, Don? Have you seen
have you followed that thing at all? The receipt from the Cowboys Smokehouse?
A little bit. It's just like I said, we talked about it. I don't know what, like I said, it doesn't prove he didn't kill him. That might prove that he was lying about where he was.
It's
in
also
his text messages.
It's also, I forgot we talked about it earlier. It's also just amazingly, they're willing to accept an unnamed employee who's on video, except that you can't see their face. It's just their torso. They're on video saying definitively that they saw Tyler Robinson, whom they do not know, that night. That's it. That they did that. They're like, I served him. He sat there. He ate a steak alone and quiet at the bar. It's like they're willing to accept that testimony from an unnamed, unverifiable source, but everything else is wrong. Like everything else is a lie. Everything else is not trustworthy. And it's like, I mean, I don't want to impugn the good name of Diligent Denizen, but this is one of the most nonsensical things I've seen in a public murder trial in a while. The idea that this is a credible thing. And he's been forwarding this receipt theory for days now, despite the owner coming out and saying, look, we turned over all the information to the FBI and we have no indication that he ate here at all. They're like, he's like, they got to him. They got to the owner is the whole thing. Now the owner's like trying to cover up for, I guess, whatever. It's crazy town.
And then he said something about we know he didn't confess to the parents. How do you know he didn't confess to the parents? Maybe the parents just had him turn himself in and said, we're not talking, and refused to talk because they don't have nothing to say. Like the cops would say, no, we're not talking because they don't want to sell their kid down the river and be involved.
That was from AJ, by the way. He
AJ?
says, I'm AJ, aka Ibrian. I never know.
Abrin.
Abrin. That's not her name. Remember, for 6 months, says, I'm digging Jim. Hope you have him on again.
Don't dig me a grave.
You're gone, buddy. You're toast. But what were we just talking about? AJ distracted.
Gay bar that they call a steakhouse.
Right. So there, this steakhouse receipt, again, there's no evidence that anybody can see that ties this to Tyler Robinson. But these people all have special knowledge and everything else is fake. And it's amazing. But the owner, like I said, the owner has come out and said, we have no indication that Tyler Robinson ate here this night. That's it. That's what they've come out and said publicly. And this is after they've gone through, like, here's the receipt, here's the time, it's this ticket number. They could presumably they use Toast point of sale equipment. They could go to that. They could enter in the ticket number from that date, and they could pull it up and print it immediately. They could see who wrote on it, or what card was it, or who paid for it, or what card was attached to it. It was paid by this particular check was paid by a debit card. So they could literally check all of this stuff. And their indication is we have no indication that he was here that night.
No.
So
yeah, he showed the receipt too.
And he showed the receipt. So Tyler
steak
Tyler
is
Robinson, I
delicious.
think Candace Owens actually brought this out first, very early on. That she had a source, and this guy, the person that Diligent interviewed.
I mean, she had a source. Fox News reported on this when the restaurant came out in January and said, one of our servers believes that they served Charlie Kirk. We're fully cooperating with the FBI. That was in January. Now they say, yeah, we have no indication that he ate here. So one of a couple things is happening. Either the FBI looked into it, said, yeah, don't worry about it. It doesn't seem to be him. And they're like, okay, we have no indication that it's him. Great, that's done. Or they're lying for hashtag reasons.
Isn't Kash Patel's girlfriend supposedly an Israeli spy?
Yes. Supposedly 100% true, verified, Jewish pure blood.
Was the source, and he just interviewed him like maybe a week ago, I think, has him on camera.
See, this guy's dog just bit his
says,
face.
He says that the person that took the bill and took the money from Tyler Robinson, he said that he was there at around 8.
They didn't take money from Tyler Robinson. It was a payment made by card. It's on the fucking receipt.
55 p.m. on September 10th, and he left at around 10 p.m., right around closing time.
Mm-hmm.
And
Closing
it takes from the city. What was the name of the city?
Time for you to go.
You don't even know the name of the city? You guys are supposed to be investigating this for 55,000 hours? You don't know the name of the city?
Panguitch, Utah.
Panguitch.
Yeah, Panguitch.
Panguitch. So Panguitch, I guess, is 3 hours south of Provo, Utah. So it would have taken Tyler Robinson if he would have left Panguitch at 10 p.m., he wouldn't have arrived in Provo, Utah until 1 a.m. But the state is saying that Tyler Robinson.
There are ways to get there faster, like driving faster than the posted speed limit.
Egyptian airplane?
I've met at least one person who has done that before. But I'm willing to say that it's a 3-hour drive, and cutting a half hour or more off it is not the simplest thing. I mean, that's a pretty significant speed increase. So, but again, this all assumes that he actually was at the restaurant, and there's no evidence, including Tyler, not saying that this happened. Like, this is not part of anybody's timeline.
Was there it hiding out, waiting for the cops to leave so he could go retrieve Grandpa's rifle.
Well, and they're basing his guilt on the text messages when he in his text messages said he was there at
at 12 a.m. at around 12 a.m.
And his fingerprints are
again. His text messages tell his boyfriend that he's going to be a little longer coming home because he has to retrieve the rifle. He hasn't had a chance yet. And they're saying, well, it says he's there. It's like, he just says he has to stick around Orem longer. It doesn't necessarily say, I'm in Orem at this location right now. They're really stretching the bounds of the. Plus, if you just murdered someone, and it's all over the fucking news that this person got murdered, so this is a prominent one. you got to be wondering if your communications are compromised. I mean, he told Lance, delete this conversation, like delete the whole thing. He may not want to tell him where he is. Also, the reality is he's not at the fucking restaurant, so he's not going to say he's at the restaurant. Like, the most likely explanation that handles all of this is that nobody except for one server who likely misidentified him says he's at the restaurant. Nobody else. And they're like, well, why did he say this? Why did he say he was somewhere else? He was. It's really easy. That solves all of the problems. And until you show me a reason to believe something else, why would I do that? Why are we supposed to believe it was something other than the obvious? And that's what I can't figure out right now.
I know why you can't figure it out.
Why is that?
The Chewbacca defense.
Yeah, I agree.
They're on his fingerprints are on his rifle. But he admittedly
Yeah, imagine that.
It also has an interaction with Officer Wyforth at 12.
Yeah, his fingerprints are on the rifle.
So is his DNA on the towel.
Right. Gross. His and Lance's.
Yeah.
Icky. It's probably just skin. I mean, if
Mixed
you live
together.
somewhere, your DNA is everywhere. It's on. It doesn't matter if it's your clothes or someone else's. DNA goes all over the place. Especially when you're a gay furry. But there's DNA on the gun in all the places you'd expect it. The thing that they look at everything, they're like, that's obvious. Of course there is. Yes, of course there is. But also that is the gun that appears to be the murder weapon. Like, that's what makes that important. It's that there does appear to be his DNA on the murder weapon itself.
30 back at UVU.
Yeah, allegedly.
Allegedly, and the driving time just doesn't fit in with their timeline.
And let me say,
that's the problem.
Yeah,
So at UVU, he's encountered by a police officer, allegedly, around 12:30 a.m. And they say from the steakhouse back to the campus is going to take 3 hours, not 2.5. He leaves at 9:47. The crazy thing is the timeline doesn't actually, the timeline is actually still very doable, even if he is at this restaurant. But he's not. Like, even I hate saying that the timeline is doable if he's there because we have no indication that he's there. That's like saying, well, he could have been at a Blockbuster an hour away. Just the last Blockbuster in existence, just perusing the wares. And then he decided to go back to Orem and pick up his gun.
Technically, if he was driving 70 instead of 60, that would be an extra 10 miles an hour that he would be going. So in 3 hours, he would have went an extra 30 miles. I mean, he could technically make it there in less than 3 hours.
Yeah, yes. And he drives a Dodge Charger perfectly. And now it's a V6, but that thing can go, those can go 140. I rented one once, and they can go 140 miles an hour. Like I learned from someone else driving. That's possible. So it's not a huge stretch. I don't know what the speed limits are. I just don't like to say, oh, well, he could have made it if he sped. Like, yeah, he could have. Might have been difficult to do so. He didn't get pulled over. He gets lucky, but there was a big portion of my life where I would frequently drive 20 to 30 miles over the limit constantly. And so certainly driving 10, 15 over, averaging 10 to 15 over the limit is not that big of a stretch.
Real quick, Greg.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the people on the socials are saying, oh, well, first of all, they're like not getting it. They're like, this doesn't prove he has an alibi. The unaliving of Charlie Kirk happened at 12:30 p.m. They're not getting it that the state says that Robinson was in Provo during this time that he was in Panguitch.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah.
And so, and everyone, trying to counter this, and they're trolls, they're bots. We know what side of
the. Donna Patton.
Trolls and bots.
I
They
don't
disagree
know if
with
she's
me.
right or not. She said Tyler Robinson has not entered a plea yet. Maybe they don't enter a plea until the real trial.
No, he's pled not guilty.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
Let me say one thing about that. So
Talk to
where
us,
I
Greg.
said that
Tell me about it.
there's some force behind the scenes that get to these defensive.
Did it just freeze? I think Nick just froze. Or is it me? That Nick that froze or me? Well, it looks like I just took over Nick's show. Follow me on all your channels. Jim tells you. Can you guys hear me? Am I good? Jim's good? All right. So these guys are what you would call retards. And the fact that they're saying that Candace Owens is getting the information from them should make everyone realize that maybe Candace Owens is not a person to be trusted. So just maybe. So yes, follow Jim right there. Jim tells you. I can't share anything or do anything because I don't have anything to give. Any control over the stream, unfortunately. So, wait, people on the internet could why? Yeah, James. So using Candace as a source proves how stupid they are. No, supposedly Candace is using them as a source. The guy says that he's the one who came up with the exploding mic, and that Candace is using that from him. So if anybody has any questions in the chat, I will gladly answer anything. Do a recap. These guys basically talked for a bunch of time, glazing each other about how they're the greatest thing in the world. And, they're the ones who came up with these stories about the exploding mic this guy said this whole thing about he created a Python script to talk about, to discover what kind of body armor he was wearing and where the hit was and this and that. And then, he realized he wasn't wearing body armor, but yet he still used the script to determine that it was an exploding mic or something. Yes. Yeah. I could answer it exactly like this. Everything that guy said is bullshit. Just like from my cousin Vinny. Aim your camera at your monitor if you want to share. No. I would love to see Nick's frustration right now. Jim is the captain now. It's kind of when Crooked Cop goes, I investigated myself and I found I did nothing wrong. How's Bella? Bella is good. You want to see Bella? Let's see here. I can put Bella on real quick for you. There's Bella. There's Bella. She's just sleeping, chilling out. Jim, can you tell us how you know that Candace Owens didn't murder Nicole Simpson and Baron Coleman? Hey, I'm just asking questions. I mean, I don't know. You know what? I don't know. Does anybody know where Candace Owens was on that night in 1995? So, yeah. Bella's a sweet baby. Yes, she is. Tell us about your upcoming streams. I stream every Monday. I pretty much stream every night of the week. Monday through Friday, usually at 7 p.m. Usually on Thursdays, I stream late night with Joe Neerman, Good Logic, at like 10:30, 11 o'clock, except when there's Jewish holidays and stuff, or when he's on Tim Pool and forgets to mention that he streams with me on Thursday nights normally. And then on Saturdays and Sundays, I do streams at around usually 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock, depending on what I'm doing during the day and what I can get done. Do we know Candace was when the Lindbergh baby went missing? Maybe Candace did kidnap the Lindbergh baby for the, Good Logic also didn't say anything about the cult when he was on Tim Pool. Well, that's terrible. Yes, this is awesome. Yes, it's awesome. How much will Nick be paying you for your services? Nick doesn't pay me anything. I'm here just because I like Nick. He's a friend. And, Joe is a good dude. Shower Shabos. I don't know what that means. Leaving me out. Yeah, that was terrible. So let's see. Did anything come out about the man who claimed he did it on the scene? That's the one thing that I find, like, that guy, from what I understand, he has a history of doing weird shit like that. Like, he's caused other problems and been arrested and charged for other stuff. So, you're a bad grifter. Nick has failed you. Well, I don't know how to grift, really. I'm not really a grifter. How is Bella tonight? She's fine. I just showed her. I could show her again. I can show Bella again. There's Bella. See, she's just sleeping, having a good time. She likes to sleep. Frisky's right over there. Let's see. Let me do this. I'll show you Frisky. Oh, Bella's up. Now she sees the cat. She sees Frisky. She doesn't like Frisky screwing around. She's going to get very angry here in a second and start chasing the cat. What is back me, bro? Back me. What happened?
Hey. So my internet has crashed.
Wow.
So I'm like
Iranians took out Minnesota.
They got me. So I'm gonna have to end the stream here from my phone.
No problem.
But I've had a good time.
I
Let's
did
see.
too.
Can I fix this so that? Nope. No. Don't do that. I can't even change the format. I can't do shit. No, that's not what I want. Anyway, well, thanks everybody. Sorry for the. We'll have to make it an abrupt ending.
But, hold on one second.
Jim, thanks for coming on, man.
Well, hold on one second.
Yeah.
Back Me Bro is a new crowdfunding website that Shane Davis and his wife Yancy started to try and counter the censorship on Indiegogo and Kickstarter and stuff like that. So if you want to check it out and buy, if you like comic books, but I was just told by somebody that comic books are for kids, so I should stop spending money on them.
Yes, you should. How dare you?
Anyway,
that's all I got.
Anyway, if anybody hasn't subscribed to Jim Tells You on YouTube or Rumble, either one, please subscribe. When I hit 10,000 subs, I'm gonna do a 24-hour stream of something. I don't know what, but for 24 hours, but something.
God bless you. God bless you. They're brutal. So hit me up if you do it. I'll help fill in a segment or two.
All right, no problem.
All right, guys, you heard him. Get over there, subscribe to Jim Tells You, YouTube and Rumble. Get him to 10,000 subscribers. Nazer says they ran Python script against your internet. Yep, that's what happened. But we'll be back, or I'll be back, or whatever. Presumably tomorrow. Looking to stream several days this week and get everything going. So thanks for hanging out with us tonight. And until next time, peace. Okay, now I have to end the stream. Where is it? Here it is. Oh, I have the outro. All right. Catch you guys later. See you later, Jim.
He drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer till he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes madder, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erlang. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a bow, more of Lafroig. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the wrong better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the T-post on Twitter as we hear Lost Painting tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the wrong better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law